Okay, welcome back to Hanger 51. What's up, Shadow? How you doing, man? Good to see you. Juno, what's up? How you guys doing? Michael Bird, what's up? About time now. Listen, I didn't touch a fucking thing. I didn't even restart the computer. I went to go online early. It was 2 minutes early. No go. Can't send the signal. I don't know what the hell's wrong. I've been farting around this thing since 2 minutes of trying to get it to go online. I even downloaded StreamYard to see if I could get that to work. That wouldn't work either. So I finally just ran the update to OBS. So now I'm on the newest version, which I hate. It's complicated to operate. I don't like it. I like the old version better. But it got me online. So we're here. I had to reboot the computer, unplug everything and reboot the computer to try that too. Nothing fucking worked. Guys, I'm going to tell you, I'm this close to just saying, fuck this whole YouTube thing. I'm just over it. This is just way too fucking hard. I'm going to tell you right now, this is just, as much as I love doing it, and I love having you guys here, but I just can't take it anymore. Thank you for the $2, Shadow. I appreciate that. So, yeah, it's really getting to me, guys. It really is. Every time I turn, I didn't even reboot. I've been leaving everything on because I didn't want it to screw up. So it's been working perfect. So I'm not touching any buttons. I'm not doing anything. And then I went to go live tonight. And it wouldn't go live. Some kind of error message. Can't, I don't know. Check the log. I don't know what log they're talking about. And it wouldn't go. And I'm like, okay, I just don't know what to do anymore. So I did the update. So now I went from version 23.1 to 32.2, I think. So it's like, 10 versions newer. But it went, but since I already had it, the stream key in it, it updated the stream key automatically, and it worked. Thank God it worked. Oh God, what a week! I'm telling you. And I came out here early. It was all ready to go live. I was like, this is going to be great. And oh God. So is the audio okay? Is it matching my mouth? Does that look good? Does sound? I haven't even checked to see which camera I'm using or anything. I don't even know what the fuck I'm looking at here. I don't think I have. Okay. Let me look at this a minute. Okay, so it's using the microphone in the computer. All right, so that's what it's supposed to be doing instead of default. So yeah, as Eric says, all great. EQ Eric, two Erics in here. EQ, what's up, buddy? So he says everything great. Okay, good. All's fine. All right, thank you, Michael Bird. Who else is in here? We got 9 in here. Who did I miss? Who did I didn't say hello to yet? Got some lurkers in here. So Shadow Ops and Michael Bird and EQ. And that's everybody. Okay, I haven't missed anybody. So they haven't said hi yet or whatever. Okay. All right. So anyway. Yeah. Yeah, I just can't. Why can't they just leave this shit alone? It's hard enough to do this stuff. And then they have to keep changing it. And then I have to come out here and spend, how I don't know what time is it. An hour. I spent an hour trying to fix this thing. It's just ridiculous. I would have come out an hour early if I knew I was going to have to fix it. It's been working perfect. I thought we had this covered. So I didn't come out early. Oh, I did come out early, but I didn't come out an hour early. Oh, God. Because I blocked ads. Now I can't block ads anymore, Eric. They won't let me block the ads. I wish I could block the ads, but they took care of that too. Um, so the only thing I changed is I was using a hub. Let me show you what it's talking about here. Okay, so most computers today, not this one, and that's why I bought this one, don't have an Ethernet connection. You know, the hardwire Ethernet connection. They want you to run the damn thing on Wi-Fi, and I don't want to run it on Wi-Fi. I want to run it direct connect. And the other computer I bought didn't have it, so I had to buy a hub. Okay, so here I have two hubs, and it worked better with both of the hubs. I don't know why, but this is a regular a USB connector. Okay, you plug that in the USB. Then I have three extra USB ports here, and on the end I have a Ethernet connection. So it'll connect that way, and that's the way I've been running it. But I've been running it off of this. This is a second hub. Same thing. All right, they're both just two different brands hubs. Same thing. This has got three on this side and the Ethernet on the end. So it worked best all this time. I've been running it this way because it liked it better this way. This one plugged into the computer and then plugging this hub into this hub and plugging the Ethernet cable into this. That's how I got the best. The mouth was matching the audio and the speed was good and everything was good. All right. But I took both of these out tonight. See, initially I was using this on this computer because I couldn't get the plug in to the Ethernet port on this. It's got one of those I don't know if you're familiar with this. It's a fold down like door, and you fold the door down and plug it in, and it wouldn't go in. It wouldn't lock in. That's why I use this setup. Well, tonight I got frustrated enough to try it again, and I got it to go lock in. So, and then I saw the data was running, the blinky light was blinking, and so I knew it was working. So I just did away. I can tell you one thing, man, it's way, way faster now. Without these, oh my God. My YouTube speed now is incredibly fast. So I tried that, to try to fix this. And none of that worked. The only thing that worked was updating my OBS. So whatever they changed on my old OBS, it wouldn't work with whatever they made a change online apparently, and it wouldn't connect through the old version. It was too old. Never gave me a warning. Never said, "Hey, why don't you update?" I had to go find where to get an update, to go look for an update, to have it do and then the update failed. It said it didn't fail, but after it did it, it said something failed. Something about the universal. I don't know. Something. I don't know. So I just ignored it, and nothing happened. And apparently it was trying to run, because then I tried to start it again, and it said it's already running. Do you want to start another one? I said no, and then I've got nothing. And then finally it popped up. And when it popped up, both cameras were on, working, and and all I hit was start stream. Just go. I'm already late. Just go. I didn't check any of the settings. Just go. And it went. And I'm like, okay, we're here. So, oh my God. So anyway, thanks for coming, guys. Sorry I'm late. I'm trying so fucking hard to make this work, and it's just killing me. Tonight was I called my brother. And I was just about ready to just say, just fuck this YouTube shit. But anyway, I decided I'm not just not ready to give up yet, but boy, I'm getting awful close. Raymond, how you doing, man? Good to see you. So, all right. So I'm going to start tonight. Let's start with airplanes tonight. I found the landing gear for the Husky. Ta-da! There we are. I still haven't found the hardware, so I can't screw it to the airplane. But I found the gear, and it was on the floor over here. So I have a feeling if I finish cleaning this mess up, I'll get to that. I'll find the hardware pack, and then maybe next week we can do it live. But at least I found the landing gear, so it's progress. Okay. So next, I got the lift moved. I think I told you that last week. The 4-post lift got moved over to where it's going to live, and it's working out great there. I love it there. And I bought 2.5 sets of tires. My Deb's car needed tires, so I bought 4 tires for her car from Tire Rack. I had forgotten that I bought 4 tires for 20-inch rims for the Daytona. I'll get to that in a second, but I thought they were for the Pontiac. So I got the Pontiac wheels all cleaned up, ready to mount these tires. And the Pontiac wheels are 18s. Deb's wheels are 17. The Pontiac wheels are 18. The Daytona stock wheels are 18. But I bought 2 sets of wheels that were 20s, and that's what the tires were for. So that didn't work out. I had to dismount the tires that were on the 20s I bought. I'm going to get to that in a minute too. And then remount them. And then I bought 2 drag radials for my Weld racing wheels on the Impala. And I mounted those up. So I balanced all of these wheels and tires this week. And it kicked my ass. Where's Craig Beaven? Because he can relate. He's still working on cars too, and he's the same age as me. And good God, man, I ain't ready to give up yet. I'm glad I have time to just however long it takes, it doesn't matter. So thank God for that. If I had to do this on a clock at a dealership or something, I couldn't do it. There's no way. I couldn't do it for money. Is your truck's a diesel, isn't it? Shadow, that's a big diesel motor in that thing. Yeah, you don't have to. We get the autocorrect bullshit. Don't worry, you guys don't have to fix it. We can read between the lines. We know what you meant. So anyway, I was on. This was months ago now. I was on Marketplace, and I found a set of chrome. The plastic cladded chrome wheels that were in perfect condition. And I know, they're cheap plastic chrome, but they look good. They're really pretty wheels. I don't really care that they're plastic. Who cares? As long as they look nice. And these were in perfect condition. And I think I paid $240 for them. And they had 2 almost brand new tires and then 2 that were corded. So obviously the 2 tires were junk. But the other 2 were damn near new. So I bought that set of wheels, and they've been in my other trailer. And then, I don't know, a couple weeks later, a set of SRT8 wheels came up, both 20-inch. And the SRT8 wheels match the wheels that are on my Super Bee. And the wheels on my Super Bee are not perfect. There's something going on. I don't think these wheels were supposed to be clear-coated, but one of the front wheels looks like the clear coat's peeling off. And I can't figure that out because I don't think they're clear coated. So I don't know if somebody clear coated it and the coating's coming off, or I don't know what. But it doesn't look perfect. It's okay, but when you get up close, you can see it, and it doesn't look very good. So here's a whole set of SRT8 wheels. So I'm thinking, all right, well, I'm going to buy these 2. They were cheap. I think I only paid. I paid $300 for those, and decent tires on them. Not new, but not wore out either. Actually, I think 2 of them are getting close to the wear bars. Nothing's corded or anything, and the other 2 look pretty good. So I got two sets of wheels out there now. So that's 8 wheels that are 20-inch. and I had bought these 20-inch tires to put on one set, one or the other. And I decided to put them on the chrome ones for a couple of reasons. But anyway, so I got those all mounted and balanced and all that. That was a week of hell. I've never done wheels before with what are you asking me, Shadow? The plastic dip? No, not plastic dip. The Dodge on their trucks and some of the, I think like the 6-cylinder maybe Challenger, Charger. It's a 5-spoke wheel. It's an aluminum wheel, but they put this full plated plastic plate that has the 5 spokes. It's chrome. It's chrome plastic, and I don't know if it's snapped on or glued on, but they glue it over the aluminum wheel. I don't know what the wheel looks like underneath, but it gives you the look of like a Krieger SS type look, but it's plastic. It's just a plastic cover that's mounted. And it's got the cutouts for this. It just has 5 spokes on it and a dish ring that goes right up to the edge of the aluminum wheel, and they're permanently mounted to that. I probably could break them off of there, but it's not like I could unscrew them and take them off. They don't come off. They're permanently mounted to the aluminum wheel. So obviously in an accident they would probably break and fall off, but they're not removable. They're permanent on there, and they really look great. And these are in great condition. There's no damage on these. They haven't been road rash, curb rash, nothing. So, but it's a plastic cladding that's over the top outside of the wheel. I don't know why they do that, but I'll tell you what. I'm sure that's a hell of a lot cheaper than chroming a steel or an aluminum wheel to just buy basically model car parts, model plastic wheels, So they buy that chrome cladding and mount it to the aluminum rim, and they look great. It's a great looking wheel, but they're not chromed aluminum. It's a chrome plastic cladding over the aluminum wheel. So yeah, it's just cheaper to make it that way, and I don't really have a problem with it. It's they hold up good. They don't. I haven't seen them get damaged from any of the the wheel cleaners or any of that kind of stuff, and they don't break with just normal use. The tire machine didn't break them. I don't have a problem with them. I bought them because they were cheap and they look great. So now my car's not going to have semi-polished SRT8 wheels on it. It's going to have chrome 5-spoke wheels on it. And so anyway, what's up? How you doing, man? So anyway, so that's what I've been doing all week. I mounted Deb's. Well, I had a big problem with that. So I got 2 of Deb's wheels mounted Monday, 2 more Tuesday. I got them aired up Tuesday, and then I think I balanced them Wednesday. I think is how that went down. Or I might have finished them Tuesday. But it was a 2-day ordeal. I've never had to mount a tire on a rim before with those tire sensors. And, the air pressure sensors. And, and I know you got to be careful because you can break them. I've read all the hype on how easy they are to break when you're mounting tires, blah, blah, blah. So I didn't want to break them. So I don't know how they're supposed to be done. It's a matter of opinion, I guess. But I was going to ask Craig Beaven if he gets here tonight, I'm going to ask him. How I did is I mounted the tire with no, and it's in the valve stem. It's on the end of the inside of the valve stem. So I didn't put the valve stems in. I mounted the tires, and then I used the tire machine to collapse the tire off the rim. And then with it pushed off, I reached in, slid it up into the hole, and pulled it through. And then I release the tire and it just goes back up to the bead right over top of the tire pressure thing. So I didn't break any of them or anything. It worked out fine. Little tricky to do that way, but I was so afraid that if I put them in first and then did the mounted the tire, that it might might break it if I don't have it just the right. Yeah, I have my own mounting machine. You knew that. You saw it in the background of one of my shows, Ray. Ray! Yeah, I got Gucci. I got. Is it Gucci? I think I'm pronouncing it wrong. But yeah, I've got a tire mounting machine and a balancer, both. Yeah, I have everything here. I got engine hoist. I got a car lift. The only thing I need is a wheel alignment machine. And I'm a full service shop. Air conditioning equipment. I can do everything here, but a wheel alignment. That's the only thing I don't have. I'm the same. I even have a brake lathe. How about that? I bought a brake lathe, so I can cut rotors and drums. All that stuff. The only thing I can't do is a wheel alignment. And the shop I bought the brake lathe from has got 2 wheel alignment machines that he doesn't want. I don't know if he still has them. I don't have any money right now to buy one of them, but yeah, that's the last thing to get is a wheel alignment machine, and then I'm set to go. Yeah, these are not that small. The ones that were in there were small, but the ones I bought were different looking. They work. Debs went on and I had to program them and they work fine. And I'm pretty sure that when I put them on the Dodge that they're going to be fine too. I suspect they will be. And then my Impala doesn't have that. My 95 Impala doesn't have that technology, so I didn't have to put any tire monitors in those wheels. Just the tire. So I have one more set of. Do I have one more set of Yeah, I do. Oh, that's right. The last set of TPSs are for the Pontiac. So if I don't know if I'm going to buy tires for the Pontiac or buy a set of takeoff wheels that already have the tires mounted. Because you can get those so cheap, guys. I don't know if you've ever done that, but man, if you go to a takeoff, I mean, they're practically brand new tires. You get a whole set of brand new wheel takeoffs. And what that means is that somebody bought a brand new car at the dealership, didn't like the wheels that were on it, bought, in the package, they sold them, hey, well, we can upgrade your wheels to these. Yeah, let's do that. So they put the new wheels on, they take the old wheels off, and they sell it to a company that specializes in takeoffs. So these tires could have practically no miles on them a lot of times. And you can usually buy a whole set of them for $600-800. Depends on what they are. So it's you get tires and wheels for that. Bill, what's up? How you doing, man? So and if you buy used ones that somebody took off, like I said, I bought 2 sets for $240. I think was the one set, and $300 was the other one. And both of them came with tires. One of them, only 2 of the tires were usable. The other ones were already corded. But I only paid $240 for that set. And the $300 set, all 4 tires were usable. 2 of them are getting close to the wear indicator. They're not there yet, but they're close. The other 2 are fine. So, yeah. So it's, it's a pretty economical way to buy tires and wheels. And I'm assuming, I don't know for certain yet, but I'm assuming that those wheels have tire pressure monitors in them. So I didn't even have to buy those. So it's a huge savings when you figure the cost of brand new tires, the cost of 4 brand new, TPMSs, and then the hassle of mounting them and balancing them and all that. And if you don't have your own equipment, I do, then you have to pay somebody to do it. And, so a lot of times it's easier just to buy wheels and tires off of somebody else, even if you don't need the wheels. It's just cheaper, you know. And then you just bring them home, put them on, unbolt 5 lugs, put the other one on, 5 lugs back on, done. So it's an option. So I don't know what I'm gonna do on the Pontiac yet. The wheels that are on there are fine. I don't really like the Camaro wheel that's on there, but it's okay. The tires are in good shape, so I don't need to do that right now. I can drive the Pontiac the way it is. So but anyway, so that's that part of the story. But yeah, that was a whole week. I mean, literally, I finished last night. Well, I finished this morning, mounting the last pair of tires about 6 a.m. this morning. I worked all night. And then I went in and got in my chair and went to sleep. And I've been sleeping all day. I really needed the rest. This wore my ass out. Mounting 10 tires, including TP, unmounting 8 tire. No? Yeah, I had to unmount all 10. Unmount 10 tires, mount 10 tires, and install 8 TPMS units, and then balance them all. Normally I could do that in, I don't know, a couple hours. Now it takes a whole week. I'm going to blame my tire machines because they're old, but that's really not. It's me. I'm old. They're not called Gucci. What are the name? I can never remember how to pronounce the Stam tire machines I have. It's not Gucci, but it's similar. Corky. That's it. Corky. That's the brand of my tire machine. My tire machine and balancer. Corky. I think it's Italian. I think. Um, um, no, these are both the new machines, Ray. That it's a you mount the tire horizontally. It goes around this way, not the ones that you did this way. No, it's a new machine. It's got the overhead arm, and you adjust the duck. They call it a duck head because it kind of looks like a duck head. And then you set the depth and the height, and yeah, it's a newer machine. There's much newer ones now, but I still have to. The new ones now, you don't even have to use a bar. I mean, Christ, they've got 2 wheels that come down and go underneath and push the wheel, push the tire off the wheel, and then it goes around and another thing catches it and pulls it up over the wheel, and it's all automatic now. You just throw it on there and hit the button, and it fucking takes it off, cleans it, polishes it. The hazmat crew jumps out, cleans everything up, puts it. Mine's more manual, but it's a new tire machine, newer style tire machine, but it's still mostly manual. Um, yeah, your new one's like that. Yeah, yeah. That Marcus has one like that. My buddy that does all the powder coating. Yeah, he's got one of those new machines. They're pretty trick. Yeah, mine doesn't have all that fancy shit. It's I still have to stick the bar in there and flip it over the duck bill, and then around it goes. And then you take it off, and then put the new one on, and put the tire over the duck bill underneath it, tuck it underneath it, and you got to push it down while it goes around. But it's horizontal. I remember the old days where the tire machine I used to use was vertical. Well, no, actually, I take that back. It was still horizontal, but you had to take that big freaking nut tapered cone nut thing. You'd set it on the post, and then you'd spin this big damn nut on it. And yeah. It's not one of those. I just remembered that. God, it's been a long time. Yeah, that's the old machine. Yeah, yeah. I don't have one of those. It's at least the new flat plate, and it'll go. I think I can get a 20 now, probably a 22-inch wheel on it. I think it'll go up to a 22. I don't think it'll handle anything bigger than a 22, because the 20 it's getting there. It might make it to a 24 maybe, but I'm guessing 22. So I can't do anything bigger than that, and I wouldn't own anything bigger than that anyway. So, but yeah, I've had these machines for at least 15 years. I had them before I moved here, so I had to move them up here. Um, they were actually in my plastic. Yeah, I've got. I think it's 10 by 12. One of those plastic sheds you build from Home Depot or Lowe's. And, the panels all slide together and all that. So I built one of these sheds on a. I made I used railroad ties, and then I screwed pressure treated lumber. I think 2x10s to the railroad ties, and I boxed it in and everything, and I made a floor, and then I built the plastic shed on top of that floor and screwed it to it, and to make it stronger so it wouldn't blow away, and portable, movable. And then when I moved here, which is I have a picture of it somewhere. At 3 o'clock in the morning. Well, I had got it on the trailer earlier than that, but I didn't move it till 3 in the morning. I put this 12-foot wide by 10-foot shed on my car trailer, which is hanging off of both sides. And then towed it, 20, probably about 22 miles up to here, and then unloaded it. So, but the tire machines were still in the shed. Everything was in the shed. I just picked it up. I winched it up onto the trailer, and then I think I can't remember. I think I had to winch it up. I don't think it was sitting behind the wheels, was it? It might have been. I can't remember if I went up the back on the. It's got a dovetail. And I don't remember if I went up the dovetail or I slid it on from the side up front. But anyway, I got it on there, got it up here, got it off here, and set it on the ground right over here, and it's still fine. But I got the tire machines out of there and brought it. Once this building was built, I got them out of the shed and put them in here. So, so am I going for 6 hours tonight? And there's no telling, David. It goes as long as it goes. As long as I've got people here wanting to hear me talk and hang out with me, we're going to keep on going. So I don't plan it. I just whatever. So anyway, so that's the StreamYard bullshit, the OBS update the computer nonsense that took an hour. Sorry I was late. And then found the wheels to the Husky and my mountain tires thing. So next, let's talk about this. So remember I was talking about the 3D printing that sign, and I'll refresh your memory. Okay, so I was trying to print a sign like this, smaller, obviously. All right, but a nice old looking, factory engineered parts. This was going to be service, and it was see the Pontiac head. Okay, so it's a Pontiac. So it was a factory part service sign. There's a file out there to print a sign. So I was trying to print one of these, and it's supposed to be. This is the size that was the biggest I could go on that printer, which is obviously, I wish it was bigger, but it was going to be cool. But it didn't work. This is the front of it. This should have been white and red and blue and had the words, and all it did was print the black, which the outside ring is black, and it painted the whole thing black. So what it was supposed to do is it was supposed to look like this. Okay, so this is a little bunny rabbit that I printed a long time ago. That's it's flat. just like that. Same exact kind of file. And the colors are on it. And there's 4 colors. So you got red, white, the black, and then the blue. Okay. And then I printed another one, same file, but different color. I changed one of the colors. So this one's the red, white, black, and this like mauve, pinkish. And it printed beautiful. I mean, the quality of this, the lines are crisp, like the book in his hand, and everything is, there's no bleed, and it printed beautifully. And that's what the sign was supposed to be. Just like this. Buffalo, Alabama! I almost called you. I was needing your help again. So that's what the sign should have looked like. That's what was supposed to happen. It was supposed to have a front. And then, of course, the back of this is all white. Now, this wasn't designed to be a sign, but I could have made it one. It'd been easy to turn this into a sign. And what all that means is that it's hollow. If I made it so the back came off, I could mount lights inside of it and then put the back on it, which is what this is. See, this is the sign, and there's nothing in here. It's a bowl. Okay? So you mount lights inside the ring here, okay? And then you put the back on it. And then it would light the whole sign up. Okay? That was what it was supposed to do. But that was a fail. But anyway, so that's what... this is an example of what that printer can do. That's my Anycubic Cobra S1 in multicolor, and it'll do 4 colors. And like I said, both of these came out perfect. They look great. So I couldn't wait to print the sign. I thought it was going to be so cool, but it didn't work. So, and I don't know why yet. It seems like if I bring a file in from someplace else, if the file was not saved to Anycubic's file sharing site, and I get it from somewhere else, and import it into the Anycubic slicer software, it says it's good. All the colors are defined and everything looks good, and you hit the slice and it tells me how long it's going to take and how much material at each color it's going to take, and everything looks perfect. And then you hit print, and all it prints is the black. No error message. Actually, I think when it got done here, because that's how thick the sides were supposed to be, it finished, and then I got an error message because it didn't print any colors, and I'd never used the other spools, and it finished, so it was confused. So I haven't figured out how to fix that yet. I haven't. These 2 bunny rabbits are the first things I've printed on that machine, multicolor. All I've ever used on that machine is single color, because the single color works fine, and it does a great job. But that's the only thing I've ever printed on it multicolor was those 2 bunny rabbits, and that's because there's too much waste. So I'm waiting for my next. Right now there's some new 3D printers coming out that are multi-tool head, which means 4 tool heads if you've got 4 colors, and 5 tool heads if you've got 5 colors. And there's no waiting for it to purge the one color out so it can load the next color. Each tool head has its own color. So there's no waste. You don't have what they call poop. You don't get any poop. There is a what they call a purge tower, and all that is because all the tool heads are sitting there with filament in it, cooking, at whatever temperature it's at, and they don't want you to spend 40 minutes with this color and then switch to another color, and that one's been cooking in the head for 40 minutes, and try to introduce that into your print. So it goes to the purge tower, and it takes that stuff that was in the head for 40 minutes and prints it on the tower, so you have nice, fresh, clean filament coming out, and then it goes back to the whatever you're printing and prints it. So that's what happens there. And there's this company called Snapmaker, well, Prusa came out with a 5 print head printer 5 or 6 years ago, but it's over $4,000. It's a big printer, so it'll do big stuff, but it's $4,000. I didn't want to spend $4,000 on a printer. And then Snapmaker comes out with this one at, like December last year for under $800 with 4 print heads. And it's the same size machine as the standard 256 by 256 cubed. So that's the size they went with. I want something bigger. And it's 4 print head, 4 spools, and everybody loves it. Works fantastic. It's getting great reviews, and they're already talking about coming out with a 350 machine with 5, maybe 6 print heads, and that one's only going to be like $1,500, which is still less than half of what the Prusa machine costs, and that's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for a multi-tool head 350 or bigger machine that can do multicolor. That's because I've got 3 machines now that single color, 1 multicolor when it feels like working, but it poops, and I want one that doesn't poop. So I'm not buying any more printers until they come out with the new ones, because everybody's trying to catch Snapmaker now, with a multi-tool head, because they just like Bamboo did 3 years ago when they came out with the XY machine. Now Snapmaker just threw everybody under the bus with this multi-tool head machine for under $800. Last year's Elegoo came out with the Centauri Carbon for under $300 for a single, color, but it'll print anything, hard stuff, the fiberglass, carbon fiber, all those what they call abrasive material. It can print all of that. It gets up to 350 degrees, so it covers and it does a great job. Great machine. I so wish I hadn't bought. Well, actually, if I'd have known, I wouldn't have bought the Anycubic machine. I would have waited for the Centauri Carbon machine, because that was it. My brother has it. It's a screaming good machine. It really is. So Phil's got money with a question mark. I'm not sure what the question is. Do you have money? Do you want money? Well, everybody wants money. How much money? What does money with the question mark mean? What about the IX7? I'm not familiar with that one. What is the IX7, Michael? I'm not familiar with that one. Somebody's sending me a message. I haven't heard of the IX7 yet. And there's going to be a shitload of them coming out, guys. Everybody that's making printers is going to be making a multi-tool head printer. They are. So, okay, can I get away from the ads, please? Thank you. So the everybody's playing catch up. Just like when Bamboo came out with the XY machine, and then now and then Elegoo came out with a under $300 machine that does the hard stuff like carbon fiber, ABS, all the abrasive stuff. Both those guys have just shaken the whole 3D printer world upside down. And then Snapmaker comes out with a multi-tool head for under $800. Like, holy crap! So yeah. So now I'm sure Creality and Bamboo's got their own idea with a tool change, just the head, just the nozzle changes, which really doesn't defeat, because the filament's still in the head, cooking, or maybe not. No, I take that back. I guess it's not. But it takes a lot longer, okay, because it's not ready to go. And I guess the filament's in the tool head, or it has to be fed to that tool head, but they don't have to do a bleed, but they have to reheat it up, okay? So it takes time. So every time it does a change, you've got this time restraint waiting for it to heat up before it starts printing. Now, I don't give a crap how long it takes to print. That's not a deal breaker for me. I know a lot of people are really, gun ho about how fast it is. Speed's not an issue for me. I don't care as long as it works.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dan. Welcome back.
Okay, so Michael just sent me this Spark XI7 unboxing and review. The cheapest and easiest 3D printer. Okay. All right. I'm not going to watch the video, but I'm going to skip ahead to see what it looks like. Okay, so absolutely would not buy that machine. And I'm going to tell you why, Michael. All right. It's a bed slinger. It's open air. It's a single print head. But yes, it does multicolor. Yes. But that is already obsolete in so many ways. Okay. So yeah, not a good machine. I don't know what the price is. Don't care. It's already, the fact that it's a tool, that it's just a bed slinger and open air is an automatic fail for me, because I want to buy one machine that will do anything. You can't print carbon fiber, ABS, any of those really temperature sensitive in an open air machine. It has to be in an enclosed cabinet that you can keep a constant temperature. So when you're doing open air stuff like that, you can't print any of the good quality, high dollar, the abrasive stuff on a machine like that. And then it's a bed slinger also, which the name says it all. Okay, bed slinger. So yeah, Crowley. Well, Crowley's trying to make a machine to compete with the. So I know which machine we're talking about now that I saw it. I didn't know what it was called. The Bamboo Lab, not the Mini, but the other one that's an open air, And this is an exact copy of it, only it's reversed. The power supply's on this side, and it's on this side. It's the exact same machine. It's just swapped, like a mirror image. And you need 20 traffic lights, 1/24 scale. Yeah, I can do that. That's no problem. I'm sure there's files out there for it, but that would be a pretty simple one to make. So yeah, we'll Eric, just call me one day and we'll get online and go to all the different file sites and pick out a good one, and then I can make it. It doesn't matter what size I can make it any size you want it. Once we have one picked out, all I need is you just tell me how tall you want it, and I'll just grow it to that till it meets. Then that'll keep the aspect ratio consistent, so it'll scale up to whatever size you want it. That's no problem, as long as it's under 300 millimeters. That's pretty big. That's well, actually, could be even bigger. This is about 340 millimeters. All right, this is 300, and this is 340. And I actually, too high. And I actually got this one to print on the bed, lay it down this way, diagonal. Okay, but the trade-off was this. This is the way, basically, the top of this one came out smooth like that, and the top of this one, it's got this awful ringing. Let me see if I can get it in the light right so you can see it. Yeah, well, too far. Hang on a minute. If I go here, I can I can do it until I get it in the right spot. Yeah, so right there, there's ringing in that one. This is smooth. Okay. That ringing that you see on the top of on the roof of this one is in the grill on this one, but you can't see it in the grill. I'll try to get it close to the camera. You can kind of see it. But all that ringing is up on the bumper cover, which I've sanded most of it off. But it hit it. And that's why I printed it in this position. So I wouldn't have this mess on the roof that I have to sand, putty, and fill and all that. It's on the roof, it's on the hood, and it's on the trunk lid. All these and that's just because if it's because it's flat, but it's not perfectly flat. If it was perfectly flat, it would have looked like this. Okay. Yeah. It would have been flat. There wouldn't have been that ringing. But because it's got a slight taper to it, it has to step up. And when it step up and then back down. And that's what causes this circular ringing that's in the print there. All right. So that's why I don't normally print them, especially the trunk lid. You can see the rings in the trunk lid. See, and on this one, there really isn't any of that. It's nice and smooth. There's none of that ringing crap. And this has been sanded a little bit, but nothing like I have to do on this one. This was just a quick wipe and paint. But yeah, but the trade-off was this one's that much bigger, So that's what and while I was fighting with this thing tonight, well, actually, it was after the fight. I had started. I think I'd already downloaded the update, or I think while the update was downloading, I started a print. Okay, because I told you guys last week about my flat tires. So here's one of my flat tires. It's only flat on the bottom, but here, you see how it's not round anymore. It melted in the sun. And now it's got, all four tires are flat. Because this is printed in PET G, which is UV protected and can handle the heat. And this is PLA, which can't handle the heat. It's not the sun will destroy it. And that's what I forgot it was in the car, and the sun came in the window and melted it. But look at you can see the tire tread detail here a little bit. But I just printed one. Let me get it out of the printer here. I printed it in PET G in silver. And it's going to show up a lot easier on camera, I think. Okay. So there's the new wheel and tire. And look at the tread on the tire. Isn't that cool? See the tire tread? I mean, it looks like a real tire. The brake rotor's in there, caliper too. So anyway, so this came out much better. And this is PET G, so that it won't. I'm gonna start another one here. Let me clean this off real quick. We'll start another print. It won't. The sun won't melt this. This'll be fine in the sun. It's gonna come off as one big long string. I got time for that. Got time for that. Um. So anyway, yeah. There we go. Let me get this off of here and I can start another print. It was never my intention, guys, to go into business. I wasn't going to start a print farm and try to make a living at this. It would be fun to sell, a few things here and there, to recoup. If I could just like recoup the cost of a roll of filament to print something else, that would be cool. But that's really all I was ever looking for. I didn't buy this machine to go into, a print farm and try to make a living at this. That was never my intention. I was never interested in that. I just wanted all right, you stupid thing. What are you doing to me here? Um, oh no. Heck. Okay. My my computer, my printer's having a brain fart at the moment. I can't read the USB drive, but we'll give it a minute. Let me get back to the chat here. Oops. Okay. Um, I got to back up. I've missed a few things here. Mike's going to start printing vases. I read. I don't remember if I said hi to you or not. I saw you come in. So yeah, Ryan, what's up? Roy bought well, he got it for free, I guess, but he got a 1971 craft radio, Series 71. I have a Series 70 radio laying here somewhere. You guys have seen it before. And that's why I think that he remembered that. That's why he sent me the picture of it. But it's a gold craft radio, and it looks just like my 3-channel. His is at least a 4-channel. I don't know exactly how many channel it is, but it's at least 4-channel. But it looks just like mine. I think the only difference, the gimbals on his are plastic, and mine are still metal back in '70s. So that might have been a year change thing. But his look like black plastic, and mine are metal. All right, I just had those cutters a minute ago when I loaded that roll of filament. Where'd they go? Oh, I think I might have knocked them on the floor, as a matter of fact. No, I don't see them there. Okay, where'd you go? Oh, yeah. I was gonna get back to the TPSs for a second. Here's the set for the Pontiac right here. So the ones that came out of the wheels I did. It really only had uh, this part, this little half round circle. It didn't have this big leg coming out the other side. It cut off right here, just this circle part. So these are bigger. I don't know why. I have no idea. But they worked. I mean, Deb's tire pressure seemed to be way more, maybe too accurate. I mean, they're literally changing, by the minute, as they heat up and cool down while you're driving down the road. So they never stay just locked in on a number. They're moving around. Just a couple of, one pound here, 1 pound there, but they seem to, and hers are just like these. And so I don't know what the difference is, but this is the first time I've ever done a tire with these in it. So it was a new experience for sure. Definitely something different. Okay, wait a minute. Is that no, that's not it. Wait a minute. Here we go. Is it the, yeah, here's some cutters right here. Okay. I'm trying to weed off the mounting, the support on my brand new wheel here to show you what it looks like. So, yeah. We'll play at the desk for a minute here. All right, oh, that's not good. Okay. I guess I'll show you. Okay, I'm gonna close this. It's just pissing me off now. Okay, so here's the support. You see how it's just a random amount of filament that's just barely, it's very airy and stuff. And what that does is when it's because I'll show you. It's there to hold the tire up when it prints the tire. Okay, the tire has to have something to lay on, or it can't print it. And that's what the support does. So it's temporary. And I'm going to do this so I can show you exactly what the difference is here. And the brake rotor and everything. So I'm going to just break it back to about halfway here so you can see what's going on. Okay. Oh, crap. It all came. All right. Well, that's all right. I can put it back in. All right. All right. So I'm going to show you the back side. Now, this printed in this position, like this. Okay. So what's going to hold the, it's printing on top. All right. So how is it going to print? There's nothing to support the tire and the rim and the brake rotor from underneath. If it just printed that stock by itself and then it got to the tire, there's nothing to print on top of. That's what all this is for. So this is on there like this. Okay. To support it until it's done printing. Okay. And then you break all this off. And this, you can see the step in this. Okay. Because that step is where that went up to the brake rotor. All right. So now here I'm going to show you the rotor. And you'll be able to see the caliper in there. Let me get it in the right spot here. Yeah, the caliper's there at the bottom. On the nearest my chin. On the side there on the chin. You can see the caliper there. There's the rotor there. And then on this side, same thing. The caliper's in the same spot, and you can see the rotor in there behind the the wheel. So, um, so that printed perfect. That's amazing. It came out perfect. It should be the same size as this one. The shaft is just a little too small for this because this wheel was on a different car. This was on a Challenger, but I like the wheel, so I took the wheel from the Challenger and just sized it up to fit my Pontiac. Okay, and the size of the wheel is fine, but the shaft is a little too small for the hole because they're not from the same car. So I fixed it by just wrapping tape around this. I just took some purple painter's tape. I don't think it's over here. I think I was using it outside when I was painting. I just wrap a little tape around the shaft here so it'll tighten up in the hole. And but yeah, so there you are. You know, so that wheel's going to be perfect. So all I'm going to do is spray a little of this chrome paint on it, and then to make the rim chrome, and then I'll tape that off and paint the tire black, and that'll be perfect. These were only meant to be test wheels anyway. I just had it loaded up, and they printed so quickly. I just to see if they were going to work and how they looked. So they were fine. And I was gonna see, you can see the tape on there. I got that purple painter's tape on here. I think you can tell that's that purple, light purple tape, low stick tape. So I wrapped that around it to make that tighter, and so the wheels stay on. But yeah, this was strictly just a test. These wheels were just for testing. They were never meant to stay on it. Now I would have painted them and left them on there because I completely forgot that the sun's going to melt them, and I'm going to have this thing outside the car show, and the wheels are going to melt, right? So yeah, so I really needed to redo them anyway. So here we are. I'm redoing them. So all right, let me get back to the chat because I want to see what else I missed. Yeah, I still don't know the money question. Fill up the money thing. Let me scroll down now and see if you answered that for me. Oh, you said it could print anything. Well, it can. Of course, it's going to be counterfeit, but it can print money, both paper money and coin. I mean, hell, how would you like me to print a penny the size of this? I can do that. I could print a penny in copper, even. I have copper filament, and I could print a penny this size, which would be really cool, wouldn't it? So, yeah. So, yeah, I can print money. It's still counterfeit, but I can print it. Yeah, it's a cocktail tray. Yeah, that's pretty accurate, Michael Bear. That's who I missed. Got Michael Bird and Michael Bear. Let's see. Yeah, it's no problem, Eric. We can do multicolor, just one color, no problem. I would suggest just one color, probably in a white or a light gray, probably just so it's easier to paint, but maybe, I could do it in a silver and then, like if you want the pole silver, if you want it brown, like a, telephone pole color, we could print it in the most paint you're going to use color. And then all you have to do is trim it, with a silver or green or whatever color you want to add to it. So, but yeah, that's all easy. No problem. We'll work that out. That's going to be easy. We'll take care of you there. Um, yeah, I hate snow too. Um, Since you saw the Easter bunnies, you're interested in vases. Oh, Michael Bear, you are always good for a laugh. I'll tell you, man, you're funny. Does your wife think you're funny? Does she get your jokes? Let's see. Oh, my hands were under the table when I was talking about supports. Yeah, because the support fell off. That's another thing too that I really like. Sometimes this particular file, um, this support came right off easy. Sometimes it's a fight. Like there was support inside these wheels, and they're still not totally weeded. But I've been digging support out of these wheels for weeks and weeks and weeks, and I think this back wheel back here yet, I think still has. There's a little bit in this one too. So yeah, it's kind of a pain. Um, and the big difference there was you can set the printer to only print support that comes from the bed, okay? Which is what this is, okay? It printed the support from the bed, all right? It didn't print support from the rotor to the spoke, okay? And you're going to say, well, how did it print the spoke then if it did? Because the spoke is not flat, all right? The spoke tapers up from the center, all right? So the shaft is going all the way up. It's going to base its starting point from the shaft, and then at every layer, it's going to print. It's going to go out a tiny little bit, tiny little bit, tiny little bit, and it's going to keep expanding out as it goes up to fill in the spokes. Because the spokes are tapered, it's going to glue itself to the part of the spoke that's already existing, not try to go straight across where there's nothing but air. Okay. Now eventually it'll catch on. I mean, it will, at the tips here, it will, grab, but it's going to sag. Okay, and it's going to, that's what happened on this car. Because there was no internal. If you look in the grill here, okay, you see how the grill is all goobered up because there was nothing for the support. There's no support inside this car. So the grill had nothing to build on. So it's just like falling out of there and half of it's missing and it just looks awful because when I printed it, I thought, well, I don't need any support in this thing. Who cares? It's I'm not going to park a car on the car. I don't need this to be strong. Yeah, well, but I do need something in there for it to print on. So since that grill was flat and it went across and there was nothing there for it, it's just going across and falling in, and yeah, so that screwed that up. So that so you have to decide a little bit of support depending on what you're printing and whether or not you're going to have a vertical or a full horizontal. So the reason this worked is because of the taper of the wheel. So it could work from the center out. And then when it got to the tire, the same thing. It needed that support to hold the tire at the bottom. But once the tire started printing, it didn't need the support anymore. And it just kept building right on top of the tire because it's in this position. And it was making the tread as it went up. And the outside of the tire is perfect. The outside of the rim and the outside of the tire are perfect. There's no support there to remove. So that came out really. That's a really good looking wheel. That came out really nice. YouTube will not allow sun cycle stuff. What the hell does that mean? So what the hell? What the hell is sun cycle stuff? That's interesting. So Robert says, "When hey Robert, what's up? Um, with chrome painted black first, then paint chrome, you'll get a better finish. Really, better result. That's interesting." No, Eric, I didn't see a video from Tug Hill. Really? RC car, I'm assuming. Oh, he's flying. Oh, cool. Do I have yellow filament? I had some yellow filament and it was terrible and I sent it back. At the moment, you see the two vases on the very top up there. There's two yellow vases up there. It was terrible. Crappy filament. I sent it back. Um, Unless I got some, no, I think I got green, orange, blue, purple. Yeah, that's all TPU. Yeah. Um, yeah, no, that's the one color I don't have currently. I mean, I have this rainbow one that's got yellow in it. Um, no, not really. It kind of, when it changes from orange to green, there's a little bit of a yellow in it for a second. But yeah, no, I don't have any yellow filament right now. But we can buy some. It's only $20 a roll. Well, actually, it's cheaper than that a lot of times. I try to get it for around $12 a roll, most of the time. So yeah, I will get some yellow if that's what you need. I'll get you some yellow filament. That's no problem. It will probably print whatever I put on the plate. I can put honestly, no shit. Okay, it doesn't care. It's just XYZ measurements. So I can put that and that and that. I can put all this on the plate at the same time, and it doesn't know any different. It's just when it gets to here, it's going to make the circly thing. Here, it's going to make that circly thing, and here, it's going to make the square thing. It doesn't know that they're different items. It just has coordinates. So it doesn't matter what you put on the plate. You can put whatever you want on the plate all at the same time, and it'll print all of it. No problem. Of course, it will slow down your print, obviously, because it has to keep moving. Every time it moves from this station to this station is lost time. And it's going to do that 1,000 times. All right. So it's what, a tenth of a second, but a tenth of a second times 1,000 at least. You see what I'm saying? All that does is increase the time, the total time of the print. And then you have the risk of, you're printing and everything's going along, and then all of a sudden that crashes. Okay, now it's going to go here and still try to print. It doesn't know that crashed. Now, some printers have the ability to tell the printer, hey, that one's not there anymore, ignore it. And you can turn that off, and then it won't go there. But otherwise, if you don't have that capability, it's going to go there and smoosh a big bundle. It's going to turn into a rat's nest of filament right there. Then it's going to go here and print this, and back over here and just add to the rat nest. And then eventually it's going to drag it over to this one while it's trying to print this one. And that'll usually cause this one to fail, right? And now you got two fails. Now you got this mess dragged over to this. So the chances at the end of a failure of all of them is very high, versus printing one at a time. So you have to take that in consideration. The only advantage of printing multiple stuff at once is, in the old days, if you're using a multicolor unit, is it only makes a color change per layer. Okay, so if you're printing 100, wheels, okay, it makes the color change and then prints 100 or whatever it's printing, and then makes one more change, and then it changes again, and then it's going to do the whole plate for one color change or one piece. It's the same amount of filament wasted, same amount of time wasting to do one piece or 100 pieces. So that's where a doing a bunch of stuff at the same time pays off in waste and everything else, time and waste, is if you're doing 100 of one particular thing multicolor. If you're just doing single color, it's up to you. It's going to take 1 minute to print one of them, and it's going to take 100 minutes to print 100 of them. One, if it fails, you only lost one. If the 100 have a failure, it has the potential of taking them all out. So is there an advantage to it? Probably not on a single color. I'd say no. But if you're doing multicolor, absolutely. But not when the new multi-head machine comes out, then that takes that off the table too, because there's no more waste. So at that point, again, there's no reason to do multiple items at the same time. There's really nothing to gain by it. Yeah, Robert. Well, that's what the so I have a multicolor unit. It holds 4 different spools. And this machine here will print all the colors, but each time it has to make a color change, it has to stop, go make its little poop, and then purge that color, and then load the next color, and then come out and print whatever part of it, like this thing, for instance. Where'd my bunny rabbit go? Okay, here. All right, so here's what's going to happen, Robert. It's probably going to start with black. Okay, so it's going to print everything you see in black. The black head's going to come out and it's going to print all the black. Then the head's going to go in and change, and it's going to come out. It's going to purge. It's going to do a poop, a purge, and then it's going to load the blue. And then everything you see in blue, it's going to go around and print everything in blue. Okay? And then it's going to stop that one. It's going to go poop, purge, load the red, and do everything in red. And then it's going to stop, poop, purge, and then do the white. And then you have a finished product. Now, can you do multiple heads at the same time? That's what the whole purpose of the multi-head unit. It changes heads, so you don't have to do the poop, and you're still going to do the slight purge, but you're not going to have to do the poops. So a lot less waste and a lot faster print. Can you have multiple heads at the same time? No, because they'll crash into each other. Okay? I mean, I suppose we will eventually get to where we're programming tool paths and you could have all four heads, say we're got a four-head machine, and instead of one head working at and then it parks and another head, you could literally have all four heads moving around, but it would take four separate gantries. You got to remember that you've got an X bar and a Y bar, okay, and then the Z is the plate moving down. But you've got those two bars intersecting, while it's moving that print head around. And to have four of those heads at the same time, all moving around without intersecting each other's bars. You see what I'm saying? It would be very complicated. Doable, possibly, but I don't think it would be probably cost. It'd probably be very cost prohibitive to have a machine that could actually run all those colors at the exact same time. I'm sure it'd be very expensive to build a printer that could do that. So I would say, that I don't know that we'll ever get to that. But yes, can you print multicolor? Yes, but it has to do one at a time. There's only one print head out there at a time. Even if it's a single head and a reloading filament, or multi-head, and the tool changer goes over, takes this head out and prints with it, puts that head back, takes this head out, prints with it, puts that head back, goes over here, takes this head out, prints with it, puts that head back, and then grabs this head. It's the same thing. There's only one head moving at a time. So there's only one color at a time, but it will print all the colors in one print at each layer, because it still has to do it by layers. The Z-axis doesn't change. It's always going to start at the base, whether it's sitting this way or this way, and then it's going to drop down as the printer is printing. It's just going to keep stepping down to get to the next layer, and that's the way it always. That's the only way it can work. It used to be the plate was on the bottom, and the XY would move up. Okay. Well, actually, just the Y, or I think it was just the X. The Y and the plate, the Z plate. Well, that makes the Y actually a Z. Originally, the plate and the X were XY, and what is the Y now was the Z, because the bar would go up with the print head on it, and the bed slinger is going back and forth like this, and what's on the bar is going back and forth like this. Okay, so you got the bed doing this, the bar doing this, and then it keeps bumping up as the two of these are doing this, but the bar would keep going up. But now the plate stays level, the bar goes up with both the X and the Y on the bar. Actually, the X and Y stay at the top, and they don't move. They just go this. They don't go up and down. The bed starts to drop down, but the bed's not moving. The bed isn't doing anything. It just keeps dropping down. And the core machine, the XY, are doing this. So that's the difference between a bed slinger and the new XY cabinet printers. I hope that made sense. You got new strings for your guitar. Okay. I would like you to elaborate on that, Philip, because my guitar has nylon strings, which I know is not the preferred. My question to you is, how many different kinds of steel or stainless steel or copper, brass, what are strings made of, and what kind of sound quality change do you get from different kinds of strings? It'd be fascinating to know how that works, if you can explain that. Oops, too far. Yeah, Robert, that's one of the problems. Now we're working on that, but you're right. PLA and PETG don't play nice with each other. They can, but it's tricky. And basically, the problem is they work at two different temperatures, very different temperatures. PLA usually is operates a lot cooler, and the PETG is a higher temp. And if you print the PLA at the high temp of PETG, it melts, and you don't get a nice print because it's too soft and it's kind of squishy and it starts to melt. Whereas the but you can't print the PETG at the lower temperature PLA; it won't print. So that's where the problem is. But they have figured that out, and a couple of there are ways. Some of these printers, the multicolored printers, can adjust the heat and make it work. Um, One of the guys printed a stand for, I think it was a stand for a television, and he put, I think, um, he printed TPU, which is the rubbery stuff, the flexible stuff, feet, and then I either PETG or PLA, the framework of the stand on top of the uh, TPU rubber feet, and they did stick together. So they're working on that, but that's been a problem for a while that people have been trying to work with, and it's coming. It's happening, but not as good as we want yet. Um, I don't think that anybody's written a soft. I could be wrong. I don't follow this stuff that close, but somebody may have written a program now that when you make a spool change, color change, that it will adjust the heat to match that spool. So you could probably put PLA, PETG, TPU all in the one. Mine's called it ACE, and then when it makes that color change, it knows to make a temperature change at the same time. So if they haven't come up with that yet, I'm sure it's coming, and that'll solve that problem where you can get PLA and PETG to stick to each other. So okay, somebody's leaving. Who left that I missed? Bill, I guess. So, all right, Bill, see ya. You're already gone, but see ya. I'm sure he's in the Zoom right now. I got a notification. Spencer's running a Zoom, so that's standard on Saturday night. So Bill's probably in the Zoom. Uh, okay, so a classical versus an acoustic. It's not an electric guitar. It's acoustic. It's an old Andy Griffith looking. I use that because everybody's watched that show. It looks just like Andy Griffith's, guitar, and it's got nylon strings, not steel. And I was told I can't put steel strings on it because my neck was probably not designed for steel strings. I kind of doubt that. That doesn't sound logical to me at all. But somebody told me that steel strings would probably break my neck. Okay. I can't imagine them building the neck, thinner or cheaper or whatever to accommodate nylon strings versus steel strings. But I could be wrong. But I didn't think that was not really a thing. Um, oh no, I didn't know that. So there's flat spring strings and round strings. Never knew that. Wow, that's interesting. Um, Holly cone strings. Wow, that's interesting. So that was Phil, bringing home tonight was. I'm so glad you were here because that's a big deal to me. I mean, I'm not a guitarist or anything, but I'm an enthusiast, and that knowing that information is pretty interesting. You know, I had no idea. I assumed all the strings were round, and I thought probably different thicknesses of round, depending on are they titanium based or steel alloy or straight steel or which straight steel strings I'm sure would rust. I don't know if they make that or not. So that was what I was thinking, but I never even considered that they could be different shapes, flat strings, round strings. I had no idea. Wow, that's crazy. Um, so you are saying that a classical acoustic guitar can't take steel strings. So they were right then. The neck's not strong enough to handle the tension of steel strings, and it would probably break the neck. That's interesting to know too. I wouldn't have thought. It's wood construction. I mean, it's pretty strong. Wood's pretty damn strong shit. I wouldn't think they would build it, lighter, cheaper, whatever you want to call it, that it couldn't handle steel strings. But you just said that it won't. So that's interesting. I really didn't think that was true. I understood what they were saying, why, but I just wouldn't think that they would build a guitar um, with a lesser amount of structural strength. I would just figured they would build them all the same, and it's your choice whether you want to put nylon strings or steel strings, or I wouldn't have thought they built them different. So that's interesting too. I didn't know that. All right, let me see if I can start this printing. It thinks my card's empty now. It just printed it a second ago, but now it thinks the card's empty. All right, so what the hell are you doing? Okay, so you see the card. You just said U.S. cards. I'm assuming it's this five spoke. It's in my history. I could probably print that. Let me see if it came up in the USB now. There it is. Okay, so it is the five spoke 53. Okay, all right. All right, we're going to print another wheel. I just started the printer. If it's too noisy, I'll stop it. You guys tell me if the noise of it, if you can even hear it, and if you can, if it's bothering you, and I'll stop the print. I just thought it'd be interesting to print it while we're here chatting. So I started another print. Bronze strings. Wow, that's interesting. Gut was used in tennis rackets too. Um, so yeah, I'm familiar with catgut. Then tennis rackets were always strung with that, which I don't know. I mean, that's what they call it. Anyway, and it was typically sourced from sheep or cows, so they're not using it from cats. That's interesting too. I don't know what fibers they're using or where they get that from. That's another interesting point about this whole thing. Um, wow, they let you take it home from school every day. That's cool. Bet they wouldn't do that today. My teacher would trip out if you used a pick. Don't you get better sound quality with a pick depending on the string? Again, I'm not. I know about this much about guitars, but yeah, I would think you would get a better, you know, for lack of a better word, prick, tone from the plastic pick than you would from your finger. That's interesting. This is all very interesting, Phil. Thank you so much. I'm really enjoying this. I really am. I'm interested in this. That's pretty cool. What strings do you like best? The bronze, brass, steel? It was my understanding. Yeah, twang. There you go. Yeah, that's the Roy Clark definition right there. Twang. Yeah, no, I'm not. I don't. I seriously doubt. Well, I don't know. Yeah, they're very, very old. They probably do need to be restrung. You know, I would just think the nylon would keep stretching until they break. And if they're not broke, they're still usable. You just keep tightening them up till you get the tone back, and and then they stretch some more. And when they break, it's time to it's time to change them. Okay, so which ones are the highest quality? What's again? We're all layman's here. I don't know what that. What's the highest quality? So the heater came on. Did you see the lights dim? The heater just came on. It'll go back off in a second. It only takes a second to heat up. So can is that humming noise bothering you? Can you hear the printer running? I don't think it'll be an issue, but it's not a big deal if I need to turn it off. Uh, this one here is no, it's this one here. It's flat on the top now. Put the flat part. I'll put it at like where is it now? 9 o'clock. Yeah, it's about 9 o'clock now. Yeah. So it's a good size wheel. It just the proportion was slightly different, so the shaft's the wrong size, but just a couple pieces of tape fix that, no problem. Okay, so now it's in high speed. So you guys can't tell this from the windshield was very, it still is a little bit, but I sanded the crap out of this windshield already. It had a lot of humps this way, and then it has humps this way too. And so I've been sanding them out, smoothing it out, and then the paint obviously is filling in the low spots, and I'm sanding down the high spots, and I'm going to keep that same up here. I'm going to do all that until they meet. Once I get them enough fill and enough sand to they become smooth, then I'll probably, and I think I'm going to use the red putty. I've got some red putty right there. I'm going to smooth putty on this to speed the process up. And then all I have to do is sand the putty down until it's smooth, and the putty will fill the low parts. So when I start sanding and the high parts start showing up, then I'm pretty much there. But I want to get this sanded down a little better than that, because especially the trunk lid, because these grooves are pretty deep, and I don't want the putty that thick. That's going to be a lot of putty. So we got to do some sanding on that first. My wheel fell off, so I don't want to break it. Oh, there it is. This is just this alone, guys, just so I can get under the desk, is worth every penny of what this desk cost. As cheap as this damn thing was, um, it's just amazing that it's a simple thing like just getting under the desk to get something. How easy it is to get under, and then you put the table back down. That's amazing. So are you saying they make a silver-plated nylon string? So it would look like a metal string, but it's nylon with a plating on it? Is that what you're saying? Listen, I'm asking for information. I'm not asking to what I'm going to restring my guitar with. I don't give a crap about that. I just want to know about the whole thing. What do you? I'm sure you're not. Sure, your guitar doesn't have nylon strings on it. From what I've heard, that's the worst quality, tone wise. That the steel strings have a much better tone than nylon. Jeff, you've been hanging around Michael Bear too long. When you sign off a show telling me you got to go, the cops are there, then I'll know. Guys, hear the printer? Oh, I see my camera drooped. Wonder when did that happen? Yeah, I'm not interested. I got too many pokers in the fire right now to worry about stringing my guitar. that's that's not even on the agenda right now. Once this is all done and that's all done and everything's out in the shop done and and I really literally have nothing to do but go out and fly airplanes and restring my guitar, I'll be in. I'm looking for that day, but I ain't there yet. Not even close. This project has become. I don't want to say it was more than I thought. It really isn't, and it really hasn't been that hard. Um, the back surgeries, delaying the shit out of it had definitely been hard. And then, oh, I forgot to tell you. So my attorney just dropped off for me to use in my apartment here a pedestal sink for the bathroom, a island for the kitchen, a big long L-shaped island that's got doors and drawers and a Formica countertop with a beautiful sink. He just dropped that off and a chandelier light. Um, so all that is sitting in my doorway over there where the lift used to be. I got the lift out of the way so that I wouldn't have anything in the doorway. Guess what? Yeah, the doorway's completely blocked again. So at the moment, I don't have no clue where I'm going to move that to. I might have to go out in the trailer that's got the wheels and the brake lathe in it. I might just have to, relegate it to there for now because I really don't think I have any place else to put it. So that might be where that has to go temporarily. What the hell time is it? 11:48. So we're down to 2 people in the chat. So what that tells me is some people have left, but it also tells me a bunch of people went over to Spencer's Zoom temporarily, and they'll be back because that's going to go back up from 2 to something else here in a minute. But yeah, I've lost my audience temporarily. Yeah, I don't know what I asked them. Yeah, but I scared everybody off. It's just you and you. I guess it's just you and Juno are the only 2 in here right now. Everybody else left. I know Jeff in Lower Alabama likes to go to Spencer's chat, so he might be over there. Wild Bill probably went over there. Fred doesn't even come to my show anymore because he goes to the Zoom. Yeah, I don't know where Michael Barrett went. Did he? He didn't say goodnight, did he? I didn't see him say goodnight. Michael Bird, I didn't see say goodnight either. Oh, one back. Somebody's back. You got one back. We're up to 3. Don't ask me specific questions, then say fuck you. Don't because you don't like the answer. You didn't say anything. I didn't like the answer. I've loved all your answers. This has been a great. You're more than informative. This is awesome. There's not one answer you said that I didn't like. I'm learning a shitload about guitars. Hey, we're up to 5. There you go. Says 7 at your end. Okay. No, you're probably more accurate than me. So maybe we got some more lurkers. Yep, we're up to 6. I told you they'd be back. All right. Well, I'm going to step out for a minute. I got to go pee. I'm just going to go outside the door. I'm not going in the house. So I'll be right back. Hang on. Don't go away. I'll be right back. So moving the lift has changed my exit path out of the building. Now I have to go out the door, the French doors, and then make an immediate right turn to go around the Impala that's sitting right outside the door on that side, step onto the lift, walk down the lift. If the lift was up, I could walk under the lift to get over to the path to the door to go out. So it's a longer trip now. So right, Jeff. You know, I'm sure I won't remember that, but I'll remember that you know that. So if I ever get to that point, I'll remember to call you and ask you, hey, who was that guy again that you that does guitar courses? Does he have a YouTube channel? You're from the future. Yeah, we're back down to 3. I think Philip's mad at me and left. Philip, are you here? Yeah. Yeah. They're coming and going. They're dropping like flies. Yes, but he's a fraud. What's up? How you doing, man? Hey, are you still working at Publix? Are you running that place yet? No, we lost another one back down to 4. Get a job at the Publix right down the street from me here for about a year. They wouldn't hire me. And I think it's because they're only hiring um, handicapped people. And maybe they haven't quoted me. There were 2 guys there that were Down syndrome guys. They're nice guys, no problem. Um, one guy had only one arm. Um, so I was starting to get the idea that I guess I look too healthy to get a job there. I'm not black. And I'm not a woman. You know, white male is the hardest person on the planet right now to get a job is a white male. And then I'm 65, so that's 3 strikes. You're out. Yeah. So yeah, I used to, the Publix up here. They just remodeled it, by the way. They tore the damn thing down, which is odd because it's in a strip mall. Okay, how they didn't disrupt the stuff on either side of the Publix because it's in the middle. I don't know how they did it. They must have left that one wall on each side up, tore everything else out, and left just that concrete wall on each end, and then redid the whole store. They just reopened it last week. Actually, this week, I think Monday. Um, so it's all modernized. It's even got a upstairs lounge area now. So if you go to the deli and buy a sandwich and a drink or whatever, you go to checkout, you pay for it, and then there's an elevator and staircase right here, and you go upstairs and sit down and eat it. So they have a lunchroom upstairs now. So Chambers, what's up? How you doing, man? Yeah, of course there's a fire break. The What do they use for a fire break? Just a concrete wall, or is there like a concrete wall sandwiched with some fire retardant drywall, or how do they do that? I should 3D print an eye patch. Oh, wait, I guess I could use. Wait a minute. I bet this one might work with the flat spot. There you go. I could be a Borg. Yeah, it's gotten past the all the support, all this, so it's printing the tire now. Yeah, that's interesting. I really hadn't thought about the fire break part of it. So I guess they would have left the fire break in place and tore the building down in between the fire breaks to leave both ends, secured, solid, fireproof, not open to the air kind of deal. Personally, I don't know why, you know, I don't know why they do it. I mean, the stores, it's newer looking, but this was a very nice store. I didn't think it needed any updating. It was fine. You know, I never had a problem. It was clean. Everything was, you know, the difference isn't that big, really. I mean, other than the upstairs lounge area now, the rest of the store, what is it? The meat department's a little different, and the vegetable area they changed to the new modern look. Other than that, the rest of the store is pretty much the same. Doesn't look all that different. Well, now everybody that's here say hi, or because it says there's 0 people here right now. That's my counter says nobody's here. So am I talking to myself or is there somebody here? That's funny. Right, it says 0. Yeah, Brian, I guess, but when I worked at Home Depot, the guy that owned the Burger King just down the street, he had to tear it down and build another one. Exact same store, exact same layout. I'm like, why? He says they want the updated, the better drywall, I guess, a better fire break. I don't know, but they built the exact same store where they tore that one down. The exact same store, and it's still there today, but it's vacant now because now they moved Burger King down the road, and it's the all new, big, tall, straight building with the playground in it, not the old roof, the 45-degree shingle roof on it like before. Um, and it's sitting there vacant now. So they tore it down, rebuilt it, and then left it. That just seems such a waste to me. I mean, that is just a waste of of resources to the kid. I mean, just unbelievable. You've never seen a Burger King with a playground in it? Really? Oh my God. Yeah, they're all over the place down here. Yeah, now all the Burger Kings now are straight. Well, Christ, Taco Bell, KFC, trying to think if McDonald's, Wendy's, they're all just straight brick buildings now, vertical. And some of them have playgrounds in them and some don't, but none of them have any kind of architecture to them. Like, remember the old Pizza Huts with it looked like a hut. Remember windows with plant shelves and the red metal roof. There's still one here. We have one left. There's only a few in the world left, from what I understand. But yeah, we still have one here. It's still open too. It's not just a structure sitting there. It's still a Pizza Hut. So yeah, that's true. They are all owned by the same entity. Um, Wendy's not. And Wendy's is the same way though. They're built when they start putting one of these buildings up. We have no idea what it's going to be. Before, when they were putting up a Pizza Hut, you knew that was going to be a Pizza Hut. A Whataburger, you knew that was going to be a Whataburger. Today, you don't know what it is. Until they put a sign on it, it could be anything. Because they're all the same straight brick, square, straight brick. No architecture to it at all. Just a big square building. So, oh, is that right? You still have the old Pizza Huts, huh? Well, that's interesting. Everywhere I go, I've been up to Georgia and well, hell, I've been out to Texas and everything, and I just came back from Indiana, so I went through Virginia and Indiana and all that, and yeah, every well, I'll be honest, I didn't really run into that many Pizza Huts, but everything else was all modern. The Taco Bells, they're all big, just square brick buildings now. Okay, so all this time, Brian, you've been here, and it says 0, and now it says 1. So did somebody else jump back in, and now there's 2 of you here, but it's only counting 1 of you? Or did my counter finally catch up with the fact that you're the only one left? You're here. Oh, now it's up to 3. Wow. Okay, well, they're dropping back in. I don't know. Tonight's been a weird night. Okay, Mr. Nolan, you're back. Did you leave and come back, or what happened? Because my counter went to 0. There's Juno. Are you back too, or did you leave and come back? Because my counter's at 0 right now. I think there's 3 of you in here, but my counter says 0. There's nobody here. Oh, you weren't here? Okay, I thought you were in here earlier. Okay, Michael Bear was here. Michael Bird was here. So I guess I assumed Michael Nolan was also here. Ah. You had to watch 4 commercials. Yeah, 5 commercials? 4 commercials in the last 5 minutes. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have any control over that anymore. I never let them put commercials in my show, but they took that away. It's all about making money. They got to be able to sell ad space. So I'm no longer. If I say 0, they're going to put them in anyway. And I think if I say 0 and they put them in anyway, then I don't get the ad revenue that I would get. So I have to say yes. but they're only supposed to be one every 30 minutes. That's my criteria. So the fact that you just saw 4 in 5 minutes, it's not supposed to happen. But I don't, like I said, I don't have any control over it. I had it set for one every 30 minutes. Were they all skippable? Can you skip them? Because they're supposed to be skippable. See, that's the other thing I can, they give me the control over that for now. Probably soon you're not going to be able to skip them either. So you didn't hit the skip button to skip it. You just had to watch through the commercials. Okay. Are you watching them on your phone? Yeah, yeah, it's boner commercials. Yeah, I love those. I'm glad they're putting those in there. Yeah. Yeah, it's after midnight, so yeah, that's when the boner commercials come out. I guess they get a discount rate if they put the commercials late at night. Okay, they came in groups of 2, unskippable. Okay. Usually you get 2 unskippables. The third one is usually not skippable, but you can hit, well, kind of. It doesn't say skip, it says next. So you can cut it off when the next button comes up, you can cut it off there and hit next. And then the last commercial you can skip after like 5 seconds. You can skip. That's been my general. Because a lot of times I watch YouTube. If I'm watching it on my laptop, um, I don't even get. Yeah, I've got an ad blocker, so I don't get the commercials at all. But if I'm watching it in the bedroom on the television, I can't load the ad blocker on the television. I don't think I can. I haven't tried that yet. Um, so I have to wait till the skip or the next button comes up, and then I hit the button and it skips it then. So Matt's back also. I'm still showing 0 people here. So you left and then come back. Okay. There you go. Yeah, it still shows 0 though. There's at least 3 of you talking in here now, and it still says 0. Oh God! All they do is screw this shit up, and then they can't even get that part right. The part that's actually usable. I don't know. Like I said earlier, you guys weren't here, but I almost gave up tonight. I almost said, "The hell with YouTube, I'm done." The I got a brand new laptop just to do these shows, and this is a gaming laptop. It's got a motherboard with a shitload of memory on it. It's got the Mac Daddy video card in it with I think 28 gig of memory on the video board. I mean, this thing is fast. It's the latest, greatest. I spent some coin on this thing, and only bought it to do this show. That's the only reason I bought it. And when I first got it together, I couldn't get I couldn't get OBS to talk to YouTube, and I finally had to go back to a very very early version of OBS because it wouldn't let me put the stream key in. There was no place to add the stream key, and so so I couldn't connect them. So I uninstalled the new version, went and found the very old version, installed that, and then I found a place to put the stream key in, put the key in, and then it worked. And I was able to get back online. So I haven't touched anything for two weeks now, maybe 3. I haven't even turned the computer off. Computer stays on, the TV stays on. I haven't touched anything, so that I can just come out and hit, record, stream, and it starts streaming again. And it's tonight I came out. I was even early. You got out here early, hit stream, error, cannot connect with, blah 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 blah. Check the log, blog, blah blah. I don't know what log they're talking about. And so I rebooted the computer and the TV. That didn't help. Shut everything down, unplugged everything, so that the thing, I didn't just reboot. I shut it down, unplugged all the power, everything, booted it all back up again. Still nothing. I went trying to load StreamYard because that's what everybody else is using. So I thought, well, I'll do that. And I'm going through all the motions, ran into the same problem. They want you to sign in using your Google account or something. But when you do that, it takes away the ability to add the stream key. I don't know why. It doesn't make any sense. So I couldn't get on that way because I have to use my stream key because I have a dedicated server on YouTube, and they don't think of that. I guess I don't know. So that didn't work. So I went ahead. Well, I opened my OBS back up, and I went up to, I think it was under Tools, and check for updates. I hit that. There was an update. I let it update, and then finally it worked. And now, and that's how I got back online. But it took an hour. Literally, I was almost exactly an hour late between all the reboots, the total shutdown, rebring up, loading StreamYard, loaded this other thing called River or something. Closed both of those, removed them, and finally, I got. I'm only showing 3, but you're showing 6. That's interesting. Oh, mine just went to 6. Look at that. So that was the whole first hour. I wasn't here. I was trying to be here. I was here. I couldn't get there. I couldn't get online. And so now it's working and everything's fine. But next week I'll probably try to come out here and something else will be wrong. It's a never-ending battle. It really is. Back when I started this show 12 years ago, I didn't have this problem. It worked every week. I mean, I was one of the with my green screen working as good as it was and everything, I was one of the best shows out there. Ryan's show was reliable, but it looked like crap. Wes's show was not reliable. Those guys had problems all the time, and I was, because I did some research, and I had everything bang on. When I came on, I was good, and it worked great for years. And now, no matter what I do, I can't keep the thing online. It just keeps failing every other week. It's something wrong because they keep changing something that they're in, and I'm not up to speed. To stick with what they're doing. I don't know what the hell they're doing. So it's been really aggravating. Tonight was extremely aggravating. After what I went through 2 weeks ago, when I got the new computer, 2 or 3 weeks ago, and finally got it working, and I thought I was golden. All right, we're working, everything's great. I've got my old, I like the old OBS. I don't like the new OBS. I don't like the way it's laid out at all. I really hate this new look. But I guess I don't have any, say in it, but I hate this. I wish it was the old way. So, but I finally got on, so that was good. So, so Brian, you haven't been here in a while. So I bought a G8. I don't know if you know what a G8 is, Pontiac G8, and I 3D printed one, and I couldn't get the wheels that came with this car to print. The center hub kept falling out of it with the axle to put it on the car. The whole thing would just fall out. So I went and found wheels. These wheels are off of a Challenger, I believe. And I scaled them up to this size and printed them. And they worked out almost perfect. The size of the tire is good for the car, but the axle's a little too small for the hole that this particular model printed. So to fix it, I just wrapped tape around it. This is just that painter's tape, the light pink, low stick. I just wrapped a few layers of that around it, and that worked perfect. You know, now it goes in the hole. It's got a little resistance, and it stays in. So I got to do but these wheels, the car is printed in PGA, PET G they call it, because it's got UV protection. The sun won't affect it. And that was deliberate. I did that on purpose because I knew this would be out in the sun at a car show or something. And I didn't want it to get melted from the sun. Unfortunately, I had made the mistake of printing the wheels, and these were only test wheels anyway. But I printed the wheels out of PLA, which is not UV protected and will not withstand the sun. And it was in the sun all day, I think, Thursday? I think Thursday. And so I got 4 flat tires because these melted. So if you look, yeah, on the top, it's not round anymore. I got a flat tire, right? So all 4 of these melted. So I'm printing new ones out of PET G. And this PET G is this gray color. So these won't melt. And I was going to paint them anyway. So I'm going to paint these wheels the same silver paint I used on this car. And then I'll paint the tires black, which was always the plan anyway. Even these were going to get painted chrome, silver, and then black. But, well, the black was already there. I was just going to paint the chrome. But yeah, these, I forgot that I had printed these in PLA, and it didn't like that. So it's, and that, if you can hear the printer running, I printed one already, and it's printing the second one right now. So I'll have some new wheels now that won't melt. See, this wheel's too big, but I don't think it is. I think this was the last. Yeah, that's a good size. Yeah. My tape's out in the garage, so I would tape the wheels so they'd stay on, but I don't have my tape here. So, but yeah, when I went out and looked at the car, I thought, oh shit, I forgot I left my car out in the sun. And I picked it up and I'm looking at the car. I didn't notice the wheels at first. I'm looking at the car. Oh, it's fine. It's it's PET G. It's not going to melt. And then I realized the tires are all flat. I'm like, oh shit. Son of a gun. So I got to reprint the wheels. No big deal. Again, I was going to do that anyway. You know, now it's just, but yeah, I think with the silver wheel with black rubber, it's going to look good on there. That was always the plan. The Pontiac I bought is blue, almost this color blue. It's brighter than this. I just put a couple of coats of this blue on there to fill in the low spots, so I had less sanding to smooth it out because it's pretty rough. So I got a lot of sanding to do to smooth this thing all out. And the paint now just gauges me. You know, if I sand all the way through a line, I know I went too far. But if I sand it and I've got black streaks, but they're still blue, then I know I haven't gotten all the way down to the lowest point, as long as there's still blue lines there. So I'm using the blue paint as a guide for sanding it smooth to get all the wrinkles out of it. And and that's working out pretty good. At some point, when I get it smooth enough that I'm close enough, I'm going to take the red body putty that you do a coat of after you've done Bondo work and you want to final coat it. I've got the red putty in a tube right there. So I'm going to put a layer of putty all over it. And then I'll wet sand the putty until I've got a perfectly smooth surface. And then I'll paint it. So you watch the Harbor Freight commercial, and then the second one was skippable. Good. Yeah. That's and then you shouldn't see another one for 30 minutes if they following my settings, which it seems like we've been here about 30 minutes, I think, since when you came on and had to watch 4 commercials. So maybe it's working. I don't know. I haven't tried TikTok yet, but I might have to try it. Well, I'm still showing 6. So I think you and Juno are still here. Mike, are you still here? Did you bop out, or are you still here? Yeah, you're still here. Good. Yeah, thank you, Brian. Appreciate that. Where have you been? You haven't been in here in forever. What have you been up to? What's new in your life? You still working? Okay. Wheel number 2 is done. Just finished. Oh, I got you. Yeah, cleaning the garage while you're listening to me. Yeah, there's nothing really to see. Listen mode's a pretty good mode to be in. Oh, any new cool drop-offs at at the landfill? Any really unique? You used to tell us stories about some of the stuff that people drop off. That's pretty cool. You're building an HST Cessna. Oh yeah, cool. Does that say ATM? What is that? What model Cessna is that? I had the HST Cessna 172, 2 meter, 2.1, I think, actually. 2.1 meter, I think it is. Oh, at the moment. Gotcha. Thank you, Mike. That was a good good So where does the methanol gas come from? People aren't bringing that in bottles or anything, right? Are you guys processing it out of the ground from where you are, or does it come in tanker trucks, or in rail car? What exactly? How does that work? Is it still, Mike? Is it still red and white? The HST Cessna, um, or red, white, and black, or have they changed the color scheme? Oh, so there it is on the plate. And it came clean off that time. Nothing left on the plate. So I can just throw it right back in there and print another one. That quick. And while the machine's hot, let's do it. So, so I'm going to break this down for you guys. Hang on a second. Let me get caught up here. Oh, so you got to bury it in the ground to decompose, right? And then you guys grab the gas out of the ground. Is that how you do it? Oh, they came out. I was wondering if they were going to do the blue and white. Um, yeah, because the other company that makes the smaller version of it did the same paint scheme, but they did a blue and white and a red and white. And so I was wondering if HST was going to do that. Okay, so the first layer of this is solid because that's what's on the build plate, and then you can see above the tire. I'm sorry, below the tire is all that fill. It's just support. It's just to hold the tire up while it prints. And the reason it's doing it that way is because of the shaft. All right. It's printing, with this in this position. So all that support is around the shaft to support the tire when it starts printing the tire. So I'm purposely just going to try to pull the bottom off. I should have made the support a lesser percentage. I didn't need all of this. I don't need this much support. This is too much. Okay, so I just pulled the bottom off to leave the verticals so you could see how that looks. Okay. See, it's just rows of it going back and forth like this. And there's big gaps. Kind of looks like a radiator. And there's big gaps as it, prints the support. All right. And now I'm just gonna tear the whole piece of support off. It's not going to come off in one piece. Generally, what usually happens is I get it halfway around, like this one. Okay. And then the rest of it pops off as one piece. But I usually have to get it about halfway first before this will release and come off. Real easy though. If you've got your settings good, it comes off pretty easy. I got to adjust my heat here. The file I have in there for these wheels was a file I printed using the settings for. Oh, look at that! It came loose. That almost the whole thing almost came out in one piece. Look at that. It was originally set for PLA filament, which prints at a much lower temperature than this PETG, and so I just have to manually override the temperature, move it up. I didn't change any of the other settings. I just increased the temperature, and it's working perfect. I'm so impressed with the tread. The tread in the tire is just. Well, I'm gonna get really close here to show you. Um, it just. I love this tread. It's really cool looking. Do you see the tread in there? I mean, and it 3D printed that. Is that amazing or what? And then here's the spokes. Lug nuts are in there. Yeah. And there's the rotor. Calipers at the top. I'll turn it around to show you the caliper. See the calipers at the top. And then the rest of it's a rotor. So I can leave the rotor that color and just print the caliper like red or yellow or whatever. But Yeah, I just think that the tread's really cool. I'm really impressed with the tire tread. The other tires I've printed, like these, not that one, these, the failed ones, there was no tread on these tires. This is the original wheel that came with the Pontiac, and the center section kept breaking out. So there's no axle. There's no way to put it on the car, and there's no tread on these tires. The tires are just smooth. So this file wasn't near as impressive as this one. This is cool as shit. And like I said, this is from a different guy on a different car. These wheels were, I think, were on a Challenger, one of these. I don't remember. I think that's what it was on, but it was one of the. Sometimes you get cars like this one. The wheels are just part of the print. They don't come off. There's no axle. They're just part of the print. So these wheels can't come off or anything. But on this car, they come off, and you can adjust the axle length. So if you want to push them in farther, you can shorten the axle up and let you push it in deeper. And it's the same in Pontiac design. It's got a hole in the side of the car, for you to put the wheel in, the axle. And these are the wheels that go with this car. So I didn't have to change. And this is the same versions here. I did paint these wheels with some silver paint. But you don't have to. I didn't have to change these wheels or anything. Now I don't remember. Do these wheels have? No, there's no tread on these wheels. They're smooth wheels. So these are just. This is. I believe this orange is Pet G. So this car can stand the sun. This is gold. This is PLA. This one, no. But this one had no support in it either. So this car would melt in the sun anyway. So that one wouldn't be any good. But I think, let me go look. I think that's Pet G. Nope, I'm wrong. It's PLA. So that I couldn't use that one out in the sun either. This will melt. That's Bamboo Lab PLA. Um, so Victor, what's up? How you doing, man? Yeah, I printed so many of these damn wheels where the hub kept falling out of it. It printed, so it was on there, but I was trying to weed all the support out of it. The center of the hub broke out with the rotor and everything. The rotor and the brake pads and all that whole thing just came out, and all I was left was with the outer spokes. And I think I printed this like 8 times. And I tried different settings each time trying to get it to work, and it just wouldn't work. So I finally gave up. Here it is. Here, this is all the support, and there's the center of the hub with the brake rotor, and I'll put the caliper at the top again. Get it in the light so you can see it. Yeah, right there. So that center section is the center of the hub of the wheel, and the caliper's at the top, and you can see the rotor, and that's all attached to the support, and the shaft's in there. Now I'm sure I can tear this all off and get the rotor and the shaft separate, but I've already tried to glue it back together. I've got one of the shafts already supported, and I couldn't get the wheel to glue back to it anyway. Here's one that I haven't even pulled apart yet. So there it is. It's all printed. The center section's there. You know, it looks fine. We got all that support. But the second I try to take it off the support, it breaks. The center hub breaks out. So I don't know. You know, there's just nothing I can do. I even tried gluing it. I took some CA and ran a bead of CA in here while it was in this configuration before I even started taking it apart. I put a layer of CA in the middle there, hoping it would glue it together. And I kicked it and everything. Nope, it still broke right out. So that wheel just did not want to cooperate. No matter what I did, I couldn't get that wheel to cooperate. It's just it wasn't having it. Learned a bunch of stuff about guitars from Philip, but I pissed him off somehow. I don't know what I said to piss him off. I think he was thinking I was asking him for advice about my own guitar, and I was just asking him general questions about the structure of guitars and how the strings work. And, you know, I was just getting knowledge. I was just soaking in all the knowledge. I wasn't looking to restring my guitar. And then all of a sudden he got mad at me and left, you know, because he said, you know, if you're going to ask me specific questions about your guitar and then tell me to go fuck myself after I tell you what you don't want to hear, you know, and I'm like, where did that come from? I didn't say that. So yeah, I don't know how we miscommunicated, but yeah, apparently he got mad and left. So when he comes on next week, I'll forget, you know, I'll apologize profusely that, you know, I don't know how we got confused here, but, you know, I wasn't picking your brain about my guitar. I was picking your brain about the history of guitar, you know, because he told me that strings come in a round, flat, a polycar, like a triangle shape. You know, I didn't know that they make them out of brass and bronze, steel. Apparently, they make a nylon with a. It wasn't a chrome coating. It was a. I didn't know that either. I didn't know any of this. That you can get nylon strings that have a steel coating on them. It wasn't steel, but it was some kind of metallic coating. I'm like, really? Didn't know any of that. You know, so I was learning all this stuff, and then all of a sudden, you know, he said, well, I sent you a link for the, you know, strings you could order. And I said, oh, I'm not trying to order any strings right now or anything. I got way too much on my plate right now to be fucking with my guitar. I'm just trying to learn. I want to learn. I'm just trying to learn. And he got mad. Like, oh, you know, I got the big angry face and, you know, emoji, and then he was gone. Like, damn, dude, I wasn't trying to piss you off. I mean, I was just trying to learn something here. You know, so anyway. So I don't know if you were here last week, Victor, or not. I was talking about printing. I was trying to print a sign that looked something like this. This old Pontiac The Pontiac Indian head. This one's a parts. I was printing a service sign. There was a file out there to print a sign that had the Pontiac head with a red head, blue wings, a blue frame, and then it said, I think it said Pontiac Service, I think is what it said. And I thought it was really cool, so I was trying to print it. And I've got a printer that'll do multicolor, so I set it up, and I put the red, the blue, the white, and the black in there, and that they're still in there. And I set it all up. I sliced the file, and it said everything was good, looked good. Told me how long it was going to take and how much filament it was going to use and everything. And I was like, okay, cool. So I said print, and it started printing, and it was just printing a black face. And I thought, oh, well, let's print the back first, I guess. Okay, no big deal. And I thought it would stop because the back was only about this tall. So I figured it would print the back, stop, and I would take that off the bed, and then it would print the front. Well, it just kept printing. So I printed this. Okay. So, and this is supposed to be the front. And this isn't supposed to be black. It's supposed to have a black ring, and then the rest of it's all blue. The blue lines and the red Indian head and the white face and all that. And that's not what happened. And I still don't know why, but it's the same principle as this this little bunny rabbit I printed. I printed this to test the multicolor printer, and it's the exact same setup. This is just a flat, smooth front. Okay, there's no, there's no 3D of it. It's flat, but it's got all the colors in it, which is what the sign should have printed face down like this. It should have printed the sign in this face, just like the bunny, and then the depth here would be where you would put the lights inside, because you're supposed to light the sign up after you print it. So you put lights in this loop here. And then there'd be a back that you would slap onto it to, enclose the light, and there you go. And instead of it printing the sign, it just printed this black dish. I don't know why. I never figured, but this is basically, these two were just test beds to see how the multicolor system worked, and it works perfect. But you get poop. You get a lot of poop. And now I don't really want to print anything else because they've got new machines coming out that eliminate the poop. Because usually if you're going to use, like 10 grams of filament, you'll have 15 grams of waste, of poop, to print an item that has 10 grams of filament in it. The poop is just so wasteful that you usually waste more than you use. The actual product that you're going to print, the end product, will weigh less than all the poop that you are throwing away. And nobody likes that. So they've come out with new printers now that eliminate the poop. And so I was just antsy and wanted to try the machine one more time before I replace it with one of these new machines. And it failed. It didn't print the sign. It just printed me a black dog dish. And it's probably not even good for that. I'll bet it won't hold water. I'd bet you anything is. Well, I don't know. I don't see any. It might hold water. I bet it doesn't, but it looks like it might. So anyway. I was asking him about the different kinds of strings and everything. And I told him I have an acoustic guitar with nylon strings, and I think he thought I was asking him for advice to replace the strings on my guitar. And I wasn't. I was just asking him general questions about guitars. And hey, I heard that if you, that if it came with nylon strings, and you put steel strings on a nylon string guitar, that it'll break the neck because the neck's not strong enough to support the tension of steel strings. That they're way tauter than nylon, and it'll break the neck. And I said, "Is that true?" Because I would think, if they're going to build it strong enough to be a guitar, they would handle either one. But he said, "No, that's true. Yeah, you don't want to put steel strings on a nylon string guitar." Okay, cool, interesting. And then he said, yeah, you can get flat strings, you can get round strings, you can get like triangular shaped polygram, shaped strings, and I'm like, man, this is really fascinating. So what are the sound quality differences between the strings? I mean, what is and I think he got off on the okay, well, you just need to get nylon strings. You don't worry about, and no, I don't care about it. I mean, I didn't say that yet. At the end, I just, he said, what did he say? First, he said, I think he said something like, "Why the fuck are you asking me?" or something to that effect. And I didn't understand why. I said, "What do you mean? I just want to learn about guitars. I think this is fascinating. I'm learning so much. This is so cool." I said that like 7 times. That this is so cool. Like, I'm learning so much about guitars. This is really cool. And then he sent me a link, and he said, just order those. They'll be fine. And I said, "Oh, I'm not trying to restring my guitar right now, Phil. I'm just learning about guitars. I think this is fascinating." I said I wasn't trying to pick your brain to get restring my guitar. I'm not. I ain't got time for that right now. That's the last thing on my mind right now is restringing my guitar. And then the next question, the next comment from him was, well, what the fuck are you asking me specific questions for? And then don't like the answers you got, and then you're mad because you didn't get the answer you wanted or something to that effect. And that's when I got the big red angry face. And I'm like, no, I'm not. And he was gone. Okay, I don't know how we got off on the wrong, how we got misconstrued later there, but no, I wasn't, I was just fascinated about guitars, not, because he's a big guitar guy. He always talks about his guitars. He bought a new one, I think tonight he said he restrung one of his guitars. And I said, well, speaking of restringing a guitar, I heard this about my guitar, about the strings and what's the difference between and what sound quality, And then he told me that his guitar teacher would get super mad at you if you used a pick. And I'm like, really? I said, I thought you'd get a better. And then I think it was somebody said the word twang. I didn't use that word, but I said, yeah, that's a good word, twang. Don't you get a better sound, like a better twang sound from a pick than from your fingers? So I was just learning all this stuff. It wasn't specifically asking them, hey, what do you recommend? I never used that word. I never said, hey, what do you recommend me restring my guitar with? I didn't give a crap about my guitar. I just wanted to learn about guitars. And apparently, somehow we got off. We were on different pages, and so he got mad and left. Okay, so we'll make up. I'm sure. He'll. I'll just next week. I'll say, listen, I don't know how we got off on a tangent here. That I just wanted to learn about guitars in general. From a master like you. I wasn't asking you to help me restring my guitar. That's not. Listen, you're the guy I'm going to call and we'll be on the phone when I'm ready to restring my guitar, but no, I'm just learning. I had no idea that there were flat strings and round strings and triangular polygon strings, and that they were made out of brass or bronze or steel and I'm learning all this stuff. Like this is cool. I mean, this is fascinating. And then I asked him which ones he likes best. And I think that's when he got mad because he was like, hey, look who's here. What's up, Colin? It's good to see you, man. Um, well, I think he thought that I was deferring from his advice because I was asking him about what strings he likes. And he's like, just order the strings that I put a link to. And I was still just in the information gathering mode, and he seemed to think he was giving me advice on my guitar. I don't know. Somehow we got misconstrued. I don't know. Yes, it has been way too long. Where you been? How you doing? Are you flying? Are you still sponsored? What's going on? What's new and exciting in your life? Did you get married? I hope not. Yeah, what's going on? Well, now that's news I didn't know. You're actually becoming a real pilot. I didn't know that. That's awesome. What are you going to be an airline pilot? Is that your goal? Are you gonna grow up to be an airline pilot? Are you going to go in the military? What are you going to do? So airline is the end goal, but you'll take a okay. All right. That's Have you thought about the military? You're not too old for that. Okay. All right. So listen. You need to listen to me. All right? Because I got some really good advice for you, and I really want you to listen to me, and I want you to check into it. I'm not saying you have to do it, but check into it. Okay, so my buddy was in the Coast Guard, and you could go to the Coast Guard right now and get in, and you could be flying a C-130. You can cross over to rotor wing, and then go back to fixed wing, because my buddy did that. One of my buddies did that. Yeah, civilian pays better. But you do 20 years in the military, and then you get a paycheck for the rest of your life. Okay? It comes in the mail every month for the rest of your life. While you're playing golf, going boating, you're in the Bahamas on the beach, the paycheck keeps coming. Okay? In the civilian world, you have to keep working for the paycheck to keep coming. Okay? So that's something that they never told me when they were recruiting me 40 years ago. From what I understand, they're hiring all the way up to 33. So you could be 33 years old and still get hired into the military. I know you're not that old. How old are you? You're 25. Okay. So not only do you get a paycheck for the rest of your life, you get free health care for the rest of your life. You get tax-free food for the rest of your life. I can go on and on, okay? And you can still go do the civilian thing on top of all that coming for the rest of your life. You could still go be an airline pilot, while you're collecting your pension from the military. So it's a double whammy now. Now you're still working, and you're getting your civilian big paycheck from while your paycheck keeps coming from the military. And you can still go to the commissary and get your food and everything, and you go to the doctor, that's all free. You don't have to pay for health care through your civilian job. And then, and then there's and this is the one that scared me. In the civilian world, if you lose your medical, you lose your job of no fault of your own, and it can be something as simple as an enlarged prostate will get you off the flying. You're out. You can't fly no more. Okay? So there's that can happen in the civilian world. In the military, okay, you might get shifted from flying, but you're not going to get kicked out. You'll get another job, a desk job, doing something. You're going to keep your job until you retire, and then the paycheck keeps coming, and the free medical keeps coming, and the tax-free food keeps coming. Are you getting all this? Go talk to a recruiter. I'm telling you. And Air Force would be better, honestly, if you. But and listen, the only two choices. I'm not going to read your thing yet. Air Force and Coast Guard, because I'm going to tell you why. Those two are the only two of the five. You got the Marines, you got the Navy, and you got the Army. The Coast Guard and the Air Force, when they get deployed somewhere, they don't stay on the base. They get a hotel room at the Hilton, at the Marriott, they go stay in hotel rooms. They don't sleep on the boat. They don't sleep in the plane. They don't sleep on the runways or the barracks. They get put in the Coast Guard and Air Force get put in hotel rooms. Okay? It's a much easier life for the same pay rate. Okay? Listen, I know what I'm talking about. I've got friends that, a lot of friends that went the military route, and I'm so pissed I didn't do that. Oh my God. You have no idea. I'm going to be 66 this year. And about as little as 5 years ago, I couldn't get a job. I had no money. I was about to lose everything, literally. I mean, my house, everything was paid for, but I still have to pay my taxes and I have to eat. And, and I had, and I really thought I was going to lose everything. I've got all these cars and my motorcycles, all these airplanes. And, and I thought I was going to just lose it all because I can't go live under a bridge and bring all this with me. I can, but it ain't going to stay there very long. Somebody's going to steal it. It'll blow away, whatever. And I thought I was going to lose it all. And then some things turned around, and now I'm okay. I can start. I'm not collecting my Social Security yet, but I have enough money to hold me over till I can. I filed for disability, and I haven't heard back yet. But I have some money in the bank. I have a little bit 401k left over, and everything I own's paid for. I've got 20 cars, a truck, and 3 motorcycles. I don't owe a dime on any of those. My property, my house, all paid for. I don't owe any money on this. I have no debt. The only other thing I have is a phone bill and an electric bill, car insurance, and food. That's it. That's all I got. So I'm going to survive now, but I'm sure not going to live the life that you're going to live. That's for sure. Being an airline pilot, if you go the military route and then do the airline pilot, because you're only going to be 45 when you get out. If you go in the military right now, you get out at 45. You got 20 years to 65 in the civilian world, and you're absolutely going to get hired. So you're going to have your pension and everything, free medical, your pension, tax-free food, all that's coming over here. Plus you're going to be making, $200,000 a year on the airline side, and all that money's coming in, right? And then if something God forbid, something goes wrong with you medically, and you lose your ticket on the civilian side, you got the military to fall back on. All that money's still coming. You're never going to lose that. And if you do make it to 20 years, you'll be my age right now, 65, with probably probably still making $150,000 to $200,000 a year in your pension, and your I'm sure you're going to put money away in a 401k or whatever, and God, you'll be living, the dream. So go talk to a recruiter. Before you just discount it, go talk to a recruiter. Air Force and Coast Guard, don't go anywhere else. You don't want to go in the Navy. If you go in the Navy, you stay on the boat. You're always on the boat. You don't get off the boat. You're not going to go stay in a hotel anywhere. You get off the boat for a few hours to go to town. You got to come back and sleep on the boat. Same thing with the Marines are worse. They don't even get that. They get a cot in a tent on the runway or on the dock, okay? And the Army, you're in a tent, okay? They have nothing to offer in any kind of a life. But the Coast Guard and the Air Force, so, and and all 5 of them you're serving your country. So it's the same, you get the same respect for that. It doesn't matter. The thing that's nice about Coast Guard is it's not military. It is, but it's rescue. They're not a fighting force. They're a rescue force. So they don't go to the front line to fight. They go to usually outside the war zone for recovery. Pilot bails out, that kind of thing. the Coast Guard goes picks them up. The Navy doesn't send a boat out. The Coast Guard goes and gets the pilots down. They don't. I mean, sometimes if it's close enough to the ship, they might have a helicopter off the ship go get them. But most of the time, it's the Coast Guard that does the rescuing. So anyway. So what are you working 40 hours a week? Where are you working? Welding, well, hell, welding is a great job. How much are you? You got to be making good money just being a welder, for crying out loud. They make great money. I became a pipe welder. All kind of gas pipe, electrical, conduit pipe. That's the kind of welding he did. And oh my God, did he make a killing? Holy shit! That kind of work is a little specialty, and it pays big bucks. So he went to welding school, learned how to weld, and then he went out and he got everywhere he went. Got hired immediately. He did a one line of weld into he didn't have to go a foot. You're hired. And yeah, he got paid great money. But you go in the military to be a welder, that you can do that too. But I think you'd be happier flying. Hey, if you're married, after your boot camp, which boot camp for the Air Force and the Coast Guard is, it's basically Boy Scout camping. It's you're not going to war. You're not gonna. They're not going to train. Well, you're going to have to shoot a gun. They're going to teach you that, but you're not going to be in it. And it's not that kind. You're going to learn to salute and all that bullshit. That's all you're going to learn. It's not going to be a big deal. And that's, I think, 6 weeks, I think, is all that is. And then you're out. And then it's just a regular 9 to 5 job, basically. You go to work, you come home. If you're married, you're going to get barracks. They're going to rent you a house off base. They're going to give you an allowance for that. There's a house in the area that will cover what they're giving you. But if you want a better place, you have to make the difference up. But most of it will be paid by them. So you and your wife will be living off base, close by, in a home, not in the barracks. Now if you're, well, you would be in barracks anyways as far as the Coast Guard and the Air Force. But, yeah, it's, like I said, you need to go talk to a recruiter. Yeah, marriage can wait till you're 90. That's a really good plan. After 2 divorces, I'm going to tell you, that's a real good plan. Yeah, let me. I wish I kick myself every day. I wish hell, if they would still take me right now, I'd join tomorrow. If I could go, I know I could go. There's a National Guard post right down the road here, and I know I could go volunteer there to sweep the floor or something and probably get in. But I want that 20-year pension is what I want, and when the recruiters came to my house back when I was 18, all they talked about, oh, see the world, it's an adventure, it's yeah, whatever, They never told me about, my pension. After you get out, you keep getting paid. And, they never even talked about that. And I could have gone in as a helicopter pilot, guaranteed. I wanted to go fly jets. And said, I can't guarantee you jets. Everybody wants to fly jets. He says, but if you want to be a helicopter pilot, I can guarantee that. And I'm like, really? And he goes, oh, absolutely. If you want to fly helicopters, that one I can guarantee. And I was like, but at that time I was afraid of helicopters. I'm not anymore. But I didn't know enough about helicopters back then. We're talking 40 years ago. So, I wish I knew then what I know now, because I would have taken the helicopter job for sure. Oh yeah, crop dusting would be fun. There's a school in Georgia that teaches it too. You go up there and he takes you for a test ride in the plane, and he's going to run you through a regular going down low on the field, to see if you can handle it, to see if you're going to puke your guts out, with the G forces and the low altitude flying. And if you pass through that, he'll enroll you in the school. So, yeah, that's another great avenue to go too. But, yeah. Yeah, I just wish I wish somebody had talked to me that I knew from. Now, I've got all these friends that got out of the Air Force and out of Coast Guard. And have you seen the movie Down Periscope? Have you ever watched that movie? It's a real funny submarine movie. Is that right? Okay, so I want. It's a really good movie. I want you to watch it. Um, it's on YouTube for free. It's not hard to find it. You can go watch it for free. Um, it might be on. If it's not on there, I think it's on Paramount Plus or one of those. I don't know if you have any of those pay services, but or just buy it on. So there's all these. I'm sure you've seen a couple of submarine movies. My buddy got out of I don't know if you knew this or not, but submarining is a volunteer job. If you go in the Navy and want to be a submariner, you volunteer for that position. Okay, they don't force anybody into being a submariner, but you can request it, and if you request it, you're going to get it, because not a lot of people want to get in a submarine. And my buddy got out of, he did his, I don't know, he didn't do 20, but he was in there a while. I think he did like 14. And he said, about all the submarine movies you've ever watched, he said, that is the most accurate of what it really is like on a submarine. Because it's super casual. You get the best food in the Navy because you're a submariner. So all the best food goes to the subs. And there's no saluting. It's very laid back. A lot of clowning around. It's just until it's go time. Then they want you to do your job, and you have to do your job. But the rest of the time, it's very relaxed. And the comedy of that movie. When he told me that, he says that's the most accurate. Because it's just a hilarious movie. And he said that's the most accurate movie of all time of what it's really like to be in the submarine. Get out here. He goes, I'm serious. He said that all these other ones, it's all that, saluting and stuffed shirt crates, but fuck that. It ain't like that at all. He says that movie, that comedy is the closest thing to what it's really like on a submarine. Like, wow, really? So, is it a model airplane? Or did you buy a real airplane?
Check this out. This is one of the hardest numbers ever to see. You can see it, that means you. If you want to paint my face.
Do you still have the Banshee?
If you have one is a golden.
Uh-oh. That's not good. Yeah, I'm looking for it. Oh, there it is. It didn't give me a notification. Oh my. Is it the A1 Skyraider or the big fat seaplane? Which one? Oh, you bought both of them? What's that cargo plane? Oh no, my favorite airplane's a Skyraider. But that big the cargo plane's cool. What is that? A Blackburn Beverly? Never heard of it. Wow. Is it electric? It's pretty cool. I see a zero in the background. 4 6S 5000s, yeah? A 15-foot wingspan. Wow. Damn. That's cool. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Did those come from Legend? Are you still flying for Legend? I'm getting the tone notification, but I'm not getting the little red dot notification for some reason. I don't know why. Oh, look at that. B-29 and the Sky Raider. Very cool. So the Beverly was scratch built. No kidding. What about the B-29? Is that scratch built or? No kidding. That was Hodges' plane, huh? Wow. Has he flown it since he restored it? That's probably the most famous video on YouTube. Is that thing crashing? Wow, that was a bad day. Oh, sweet. That's nice. Wow, cool. Do you still have your Banshee? I bought the T-28 from Legend. I haven't built it yet, but I got it. Oh, damn it. God, I really wanted that plane. Uh, is that still available through Legend? Is that plane, or is that thing gone? Yeah, I'm looking forward to putting it together. They had Tom had a sale on it. Um, and I got in on the sale price. It was kind of not complaining, but there was some issues. I guess, well, because it's the first run, and I guess he didn't like the cowls. So we got our planes, and there was no cowl in the box, and I didn't even notice that. And I was doing my show, and one of the other guys got his the same day, and he says to me, "Oh, is that right? The Nexus from Motion is the Banshee sold there? No shit. Well, that's good to know." Um, so I looked at, I said, "Wait a minute," and I looked, and, no, I don't have a cowl either. And then I guess one of the guys contacted. I think it was Jeff from Flight Club that filled us in, and yeah, he rejected the cows. He said they weren't any good, they weren't right, and he made them fix it. And then we got our cows later in a separate package later on. I think it was another month or so, and I was fine. I didn't, I wasn't worried, but you kind of wonder, what kind of issues, because it's the first run, what kind of issues are we going to be, beta testing for them, and then give them our feedback. Hey, it would be a lot better if you did this, and if you had it do that, and if and then the next iteration, so everybody else is going to get a better airplane. But anyway, no big deal. Um, a 1600 millimeter A1 Skyraider in the Navy scheme from the Oriskany aircraft carrier, and I love that airplane. Oh, hang on a minute, I'm 3D printing something. I got to fix it. Yeah, so probably, he loves to just hang out and listen, so he's probably still here. Um, I'm showing 5 still, so Juno's probably here. Mike's probably here. Um, I'm trying to think who else might be here. So I 3D printed. I bought a Pontiac G8 recently, and I 3D printed a version of it. And this is printed in PET G. I don't know if you know much about 3D printing, but yeah. See, I knew Juno was here. Um, PET G can withstand sunlight and heat. It's got a UV protection in it. PLA does not. So I printed the car out of PET G, and then I was doing test prints with the wheels, and I did that with PLA. And I had it in my car. I took it to a car show, and I had it in my car with these wheels on it. and then I forgot that it was in there, and it was sitting outside, and the sun came in, and I got 4 flat tires. The sun melted the wheels, and they collapsed, and now I have these really dopey looking flat tires for the Pontiac. Yeah, you could on the bottom. It's flat on the top. Trying to get it, where you can get a good. Here, let me. Yeah. So, yeah. So I was always going to paint those wheels anyway, but they were honestly they were test wheels just to check to see if the wheels were right. And so now I'm printing them in PET G, but in this gray color. So, and these will be fine. These won't melt. The sun won't affect these. And of course, I'm going to paint them this color, silver, the wheel. And it's almost chrome. And then, of course, I'll paint the tire black. And so I've replaced 3 of them. The 4th one's printing right now. And yeah. So, but I was, I wasn't mad when I went out because I knew it. I was, oh crap, those wheels are not. They're not. I said those wheels aren't going to survive the heat. And I went out there and I didn't even look at the wheels at first. I just looked at the car, and I'm looking at the car and I said, hey, it's all right. It's not melted. It looks good. Oh, well, I got 4 flat tires, but. So I have 3 printers. I have the Creality. I have the Creality K1C. I have the Creality K1 Max, and then I have the Anycubic Cobra S1. And there's a bunch of new printers coming out this year, probably before Christmas, that are going to be multicolor like my Anycubic Cobra S1, but no poop. They're going to be multi tool head, so it'll eliminate the poop. And so I'm waiting to see who comes out with I want a 350 size, and there's rumor that Snapmaker, who already came out with a 256 cubed 4 print head, tool changer. And it was less than $800, and it was like, holy crap! And it's rumored that they're going to have a 350 machine that could be 5 or 6 tool heads for around $1,500. And that'll be my next printer if they come out with that. Because I want something a little bit bigger than this. This is 300. The K1 Max is 300. I want at least a 350 machine, and I want it multi-tool head, so it can do, multicolor without poop. And I want it to be able to do the, I don't think I care if it does the hard materials, because that one does the hard materials, and I'm not positive, but I think that one does too. Or maybe that one. Because that one's got the same tool head as that one. So that one might do the hard stuff. So I'm not going to do I don't think I'll ever do anything multicolor that needed, in carbon fiber or, something like that. I don't see that really being a necessity, but I just want the multi-tool head in the 350 print size. You've missed so much. God, you've been around. You've been gone too long. Let me show you. Let me move my table here out of the way. No, don't get a Bamboo P1S. The way better machines now than that thing. That thing, I know it was a really good 3 years ago, but there's much better printers now. So you don't want that one. So it's not quite finished, but I printed this. So I got to finish painting it, but I printed this on the P1 Max or the K1 Max, or what is it? Is it K1C? Yeah, the K1 Max. Um, and the way I did it, it's in 4 pieces. That's how it's glued together. Okay, crossed here, and this, what this is the wheel of progress. Okay, it starts here. Okay, this is bare filament, and then this is primed and sanded smooth. Then this is the seam puttied, and then this is the seam puttied, sanded smooth. This is a reprimed and a finish coat before I did a finish coat. And that's how it progressed on this side to get me where I'm at. And I had some paint reaction because I was putting paint over paint too quickly, and I guess either the filament was still gassing out or the paint wasn't dry or whatever. So I put it away for a couple of months so that I knew it would, whatever paint's on here, it's dry. And now I can put the finish coats on it to finish it. And I'm going to get on this pretty soon and finish this because this is pretty cool. So that was one of the things. And then I did another big print. So I did one that's painted, but it broke. But this is what it looked like. This is a full-size batlet, one of Worf's, weapons, and then this is what it looks like, almost finished, but it broke in half. I got to fix it, but it's painted. You've got the grips, and what it's going to end up. The final print paint, which I haven't. I'm going to fix this one too, but I'm probably going to paint that one. Is I'm going to paint the blade area here with this color, with this nice bright silver that looks like steel. The grips will be brown. They're already painted brown, and then the blade area here will be, after I get it all smoothed out and everything, and nice and sharp, and then I'll paint it with that, and it'll look like steel. So, but that I printed these two together out of the same filament because I got to roll this rainbow filament, and I'm like, what the hell am I going to do with that? I mean, in that color scheme, So I thought, well, I got to paint this anyway. Let's use up the crappy, multicolor rainbow. And bury it and paint. Who's going to see it? So it used up a lot of filament that I accidentally ordered like 5 rolls of this. I'm like, I don't know what I'm going to do with it. So, but this will work perfect, So, I don't know what's going on with this one, but I'm gonna Gorilla Glue this back together. I've tried CNA and it won't stay together. So I'm gonna Gorilla Glue it back together. And then get it finished up. And then as far as big stuff, I did, well, the Iron Man helmet right here. I did this. So I printed that, and it fit. I can wear it. The mask is magnetic on. So you pop the mask off, you put the helmet on, you pop the mask on. And then that's a real Iron Man helmet up there that's all motorized and does all the cool shit. What happened to all the airplanes? Oh my God, I've got over 200 airplanes. And this is, I see, you've been gone too long. I don't even know where you're at as far as I had a building put on my property. It's 32,000 cubic feet. All right, so it's 60 feet this way, 40 feet that way, which is 2,400 square feet. And what I'm sitting in right now is the hobby room. So this is 28 feet long and 20 feet wide right here. And I finished this wall. I'll get the camera in a minute and I'll show you, but that's the only wall that's finished because I can run the wiring in that wall from the other side of the wall. So this is the back of the building over here. And this is right down the middle of the building. So on the other side of the wall is where all my airplanes are right now, but that's going to be where my cars are all parked. Okay? That's the automotive side. This room here will house all the airplanes. All my vertical racks of airplanes are going to line the walls in here. And then there's going to be a big build table, probably, I'm thinking it's going to be probably 8 foot by 12 foot. And these desks will be under it. And I bought two big toolboxes that I'm going to put under it. So all my little batteries and knick-knack, wheels, retract gears, servos, whatever, all be in the drawers of these toolboxes and the desks. There's 2 desks here. And so I've got all this storage that'll be underneath the build table. And then above me, straight above me, is the same 28 by 20 for, I don't know what I'm going to do with that yet. Either bedrooms or I think maybe I might put a room up there that's like, I'm into trains. I got a lot of train stuff. So I might build a train room upstairs. I think I'm going to put 1 bedroom up here and then a small utility room because the hot water heater and everything will be up there. And then probably a train room or something and a big walk-in closet. I think that's what I'm going to do. I don't know yet. But up the steps here is the living room, which is another 16 feet by 28 feet. And there'll be a bathroom in there, a kitchenette area, and then a great room for the television and all that. And I just put a 4-post lift in here for working on cars. So I can put cars on the lift and change oil, whatever I got to do. And so I'm building my man cave, the garage mahal, we call it, and there was something else they called it. What was the other one? It had 2 names, garage mahal and I forget now. Somebody had a funny name for it. You do need to come visit. I would love that. It'd be great for you to come on down. But yeah, so it's still under. I'll show you. I'm going to grab the camera and I'll show you around a little bit. Hang on a minute. This is going to be a little difficult, but let me grab it with the other hand. Okay, so up there is the upstairs. Those are the joists and the these boards they call strapping. So you strap it so that when you walk on it, what happens when you walk on floors like this, if you don't strap it, is these are your joists, and as you step down on them, they do this. And that's where the creaky noise comes from usually, and that spongy feeling when you walk on it. So if you strap them like this, you don't get that. It boxes it all in. There's no movement. The floor can't do the squashy thing. There's no creaking, no noise, and that solves that. So it's all done with that. And then over here, I think, yeah, you can just hang on a minute. I think if I grab the camera this way, hook it up here. Okay. All right. So now there's my French doors right there. That goes out into the garage. And then over here, trying to get out of the way of the camera. Okay, so that's the staircase right there that goes upstairs to the living area. Okay, and there's another set of French doors upstairs for loading furniture upstairs. Well, there will be. It's not in yet, but all the floors are in. This is all strapped, and the floors upstairs. That's all floored, but I still have a few more strapping to do underneath, and that's elevated enough. That's only elevated to this level right here. You see that? I'm trying to get right there. That's the floor. So that's high enough that's a 2x10. This height right here is about 5'4", and I can park 3 cars underneath the living area, and that's why it's only raised that high. So I have plenty of headroom upstairs, and I can still park 3 cars under there, and then I can put another 6 cars over here, and then 2 more on the lift, 1 under the lift, 1 on the lift. So about 11 cars I can get in the shop here, and still have my man cave. So that's what I've been working on. Yeah, you've been gone too long. You don't know half of what's going on. So and then we've got Raptor Cam. I'll show you that. That's so this is the laptop is sitting right there that I run the show from, and that's on top of the Anycubic Cobra One S1 printer has its there's a holder for the ACE. The ACE is the unit that's a filament dryer combo. What's the word I'm looking for? To send the filament to the printer, the different colors, and the laptop's sitting on top of that. And if I open the laptop all the way up, it hits the light that's hanging from the rafters. That's how close this is. I had to cut the height down. I think it's right at 80 inches, maybe 82 inches, which is pretty low. You know, if you're 6'4", you're going to be all right. But If you're about 6'8", you're going to hit your head. I don't have that much headroom in here. It's sufficient, but it's not great. But that I had to do that because I only have 6'4" upstairs. I had to split the difference somewhere. So this was the best I thought because there's probably nobody 6'4" or taller to ever be upstairs, and I'm only 5'6", so I'm good. I'm good everywhere. Um, and yeah, that was the Hobby King Albatross. Yep, I think I have two or three of those. I can't remember. Two, I think. But they were both on sale. Christy, what's up? Um, yeah, that was an albatross, and that was the you probably saw the glider in front of it. That's the Swift from X Fly. Great airplane. That's a great glider. It won't come down. You put that thing up in the air, man, and you'll have to force it back down. It finds lift everywhere. You just can't get the son of a bitch to come down. So yeah, it flies great. It's a little tricky to fly it off the grass without wheels. Now, there's plenty of videos out on YouTube how to put retractable landing gear on it if you want to do that. Um, but you can fly it off grass, but you really kind of have to have either some kind of bump out there or or a ramp that it can kick it, because you just got to get it started into the air. It's flat on the ground, and your elevator is not pushing the nose up, it's pushing the tail down. Well, if the tail's already on the ground, you can't push it down. It won't go down. So you're holding full up elevator and it's just sliding across the grass and it won't take off. As soon as it hits a bump of some kind, it doesn't take much, and right off, it takes right off. But until then, you're stuck on the ground. So that's the only down. Of course, you can hand launch it. No landing gear underneath it, so it's pretty easy to just hold it in your hand and hand launch it. Um, but yeah, it's great flying. Flies great. Nothing wrong with the way it flies. That's why I bought a second one. When they give that shit away, I buy it. I think that plane's normally like, I don't know, 350 or something. And I think they had it on sale for 177 or something. Um, I think the first one I paid 229, something like that. And the second one was like a Christmas, what, I don't know. But it was dirt cheap. I said, oh, hell yeah, I'm gonna buy another one of those. So that's how I got two of those, and I got a lot of duplicate airplanes. Oh, you don't have to bring an air mattress. I got plenty. I got beds here you can sleep in. There's a king size bed sitting up there right now. But I got an extra bed in the bed in the house, so that's no problem. Yeah, I do have the Catalina. That was on sale. Now I was going to buy one. As soon as they came out with it, like I got to have that plane. But it was, $400, I think, some four or something. I don't know. It was pretty expensive, and I'm like, it's all right. I'll wait. They'll put it on sale. I'll wait for it to go on sale. Well, goddamn, it went on sale for like, I think it was 277 or something, and I'm like, holy shit! So I bought it. I couldn't believe it went on sale that cheap, that fast. I mean, they just got it in. So they must have had a big load coming, and they need to make more room in the warehouse. That's the only thing I can think of, that they put that plane on sale that cheap. So yeah, so I got the Catalina too. I've got one of those. I've got two of the Super Tucanos from Hobby King. I have two of that's a great airplane. God, I love that airplane. Yeah, I have two of those. And what else have I bought from? I buy a lot of Hobby King stuff. I used to hate Hobby King, probably about 6, 7 years ago, but they've come a long way, and they really have. They're making some really nice stuff now. I have three of the C-130 cargo planes, one in the cargo scheme, which they discontinued, and then I have two Coast Guarders. Um, you're buying foam airplanes left and right, not F-22s, right? Yeah, I have the 90 millimeter F-22. Mine's very old. It's sitting right there, as a matter of fact. Um, I bought one of the first gen ones. Now they've got it with, it comes with, or maybe it's an option, but you can get it with the slime lights. And I'm like, oh God, I would love to have the one with the slime lights. So it's not on the radar right now, but it might be. Um, yeah, I've got. I just bought the Su-27 jet. I got. I have 4 Carbon Z T-28s, 3 yellow ones, and one of the original red and white ones. Um, yeah, it's a folding prop, but yes, you couldn't. It's got one wheel on the bottom, but you wouldn't be able to take off from the ground. But the prop folds, so there's no problem landing. When you shut the motor off, the prop folds up. But it's a simple hand launch. I mean, that's such a great glider. God, I love that thing. I went to a competition. As a matter of fact, I won this radio at this competition. And you've probably never seen a radio like this. It lights up and it has all these different color schemes. It's really not. You know what? Let me turn these lights off. Hang on a second. I think I'm just going to do this. I don't want to. I don't want to flip through. I mean, there's a battery backup on the printer, but I'm not going to risk it. I'll just do this. There we go. Okay, so this is a Radio Master T. The TSX, the TS16X or the TX16S. All right, and it's got all these different color schemes. There's a button on the back of it, so I can change the color scheme to rolling and or off in different colors. Here's a solid blue. I think if I hold it, I get a different menu. Here's a purple racers, like, yeah, it just does all kinds of crazy shit. Now it's doing a fade and rolling into color, out of color, off, back on, So it just does all kinds of crazy shit. So I won this radio at a contest that included, there was, I think, there was either 5 or 6 different categories. Longest flight, which I won that by a mile. I had to tell the guy, I said, listen, I need to go last. And he said, why? I said, because this glider will be up there all day. And you probably don't want me flying all day. So let everybody else fly first, and then I only have to fly long enough to beat the longest flight, and then I can land. And he laughed. He said, you think you go, oh, it'll stay up for hours. There's no problem. And he's like, really? I said, yeah. So, yeah, I caught a thermal and it was going up. The clock's running down. I'm getting close to time to land. And the thing's like, I'm almost at 2,000 feet. Like, so I had to start forcing it down, which of course now it's hauling ass because I'm diving. And it took me after I got to the time I needed, it took me 15 more minutes to get it on the ground because it just wouldn't come down. And he says, "Are you going to land?" I said, "I'm trying. It won't come down." So. Yeah, I've got a bunch of really cool gliders, but that's my favorite. That thing flies amazing. It really does. It's not just fun to fly because you can fly it like a fighter jet if you want. It's great, But if you want it to be a glider, you just trim it for glide mode, and oh my god, it just finds lift everywhere. So, Mike, did you leave and come back, or you been here the whole time? All right, man. Listen, do me a favor. Send me your phone number on Facebook, and so I can, we can text message back and forth because we need to stay in touch. I thought you had my phone number, but if you don't, that's okay. But yeah, just text it to me, and I'll on Facebook, and then I'll send you a text message. And yeah, we got to stay in touch. Right now here it's let's see, what time is it? It is 2:14 right now. Central Florida. That's AM. 2:14 AM. Not sure what part of the world you're. Oh, I'm always up this late on Saturday night. We do a live show and talk about RC airplanes, and we talk about 3D printing, and we talk about cars and anything else that comes up. Oh, you're in Indiana? And my brother lives in Indiana. Yeah. So you're in the same time zone as me. Oh, I got it. Losi, yeah, I've got a couple Losi cars. Yeah, there's one. I think that's a Losi car up there. Um, I've got several Losi cars. Yeah, I've got the. Can't remember if I've got a grave digger, but I can't remember if that's a Losi or not. But yeah, I got several Losi cars. You've been here, Mike? Okay, cool. That's cool. I saw that people were still here lurking. I just still wasn't sure if you'd left or not. So you in the cars, Zoom, or you do you boat? What do you do, RC, besides cars? You just do cars? Well, that's cool. Yeah, I've been doing this this RC thing for 53 years, so I have a lot of stuff. Cars, boats, planes, helicopters, hovercrafts. If it's RC, I've got it. So the planes are my favorite. I enjoy, but I like them all. I started in the airplanes 53 years ago. That's where I got my start. And then that winter, I bought my first RC car. I bought a Tamiya Subaru Brat. Still have it. It's still here. But that was my first RC car, and I ran that around in the snow during the winter because we weren't doing much flying. I mean, we had some planes with skis on them, but I don't like the cold. So I would set the I'd set the Subaru Brat outside in the snow and go back in the house and sit on the coffee table looking out the window, and I'd run it around in the snow from inside the house. That cracked the neighbors up because they saw the car running around, but they didn't know who was driving it. So they couldn't figure that one out. They're like, dude, look at it. Who's driving this thing? What's the fastest RC plane? Okay, so you want to know what the record is, or do you want to know what the fastest thing I have is? Okay, so the fastest thing I have is probably, let me think here. So I have a gas powered nitrous powered um, quarter midget pylon racer that does about a buck 60, a buck 70. Um, and then my fastest electric plane is probably uh, got so many. Probably my ducted fan jet. I've got a Viper jet. Um, and that probably goes about 140, 150 in that range. Um, Now the record would blow your mind because you won't believe me, but the record's over 500 miles an hour, and it's a glider, an unpowered glider is got the record at over 500 miles an hour. So, and you can look that up if you know. I want to say it's like 522 or something like that. It's a slope soarer. So what they're doing is they're coming off of a slope, off the side of a mountain, and they're catching the thermal and just doing basically loops. And the loop just keeps getting bigger the faster it goes, and that's the record. Over 500 miles an hour on an RC airplane that's not even powered. There's nothing powered that goes that fast in RC. Yeah, the only thing that goes that fast is an unpowered glider. So now we have real turbine, jet engine airplanes now. They make tiny little jet engines, but I think the fastest one of those has only hit about maybe 300 miles an hour. Um, so it has to, it's all about weight to thrust ratio, and how much they weigh because gravity's always on, and that's your limiters. Is how much thrust can you get out of a tiny little jet engine? Even though it's a real jet engine, it still can only produce so much thrust. And then you've got wind resistance of the model, and but I'm not sure exactly the fastest jet is, but I'm thinking it's in the 300 mile an hour range. Yeah, I've got a shitload of military planes. Yeah, I probably have mostly I have military. I've got over 200 airplanes. So, uh, in 53 years, you collect a lot. But I would say the majority of them are military. I've got P-51s, I've got Corsairs, I've got uh, an F-4 Phantom jet, an F-22 jet, Su-27 jet, Wildcats, Bearcats. There's a bomber right here, a Lancaster bomber, 4-inch bomber, sitting right there. Yeah, just pretty much. I pretty much have everything that you could probably think of. I've got it. Yeah, I have some drones too, although um, so there's a very different distinction between a drone and a quadcopter. Okay, so a quadcopter is a 4-engine drone looking, but it doesn't fly autonomously. In other words, you can't press a button and it'll take off and hover, and then send it on a mission, or you send it all the way out, and then you hit a button to tell it to return to home, and it comes back and lands back. That's a drone. A quadcopter, you have to fly it. It doesn't do anything on its own. You have to fly it around. Now it'll have stabilization in it to kind of help you keep it in control, but you still have to fly it. It's not going to do anything on its own. You can't hit a button and it'll come home and land by itself. You've got to fly it back home and land it. So, and I have mostly quadcopters. I only have a couple of toy drones. And what I mean by that are toy. Um, and they're cheap. I mean, I bought them off Temu just to try them out, and they were like $17. Came with a couple of battery packs, and they fly, and they do basically what the quadcopter does. Although it will hover, but it won't maintain. It doesn't have a gyro or GPS. It's got a gyro in it, but it doesn't have a GPS in it. So the wind will blow it whichever way the wind's blowing, it's going to go that way. I can't hit a button to take off, but again, I have to start flying it immediately. It's not going to fly itself, and I can hit a button to make it land. But I have to fly it to where I want it to land, and then hit the button, and then it'll land in that general area. It's provided the wind's not trying to blow it away. I had 2 drones that had all that fancy stuff on it. But I think both of them broke. And I bought them as more of a gag than anything else. Oh, you leaving, Mike? All right, man. We'll see you later. Thanks for coming. It's good seeing you. They were cheap, $100. I just want to try them out. And they did have the GPS capability in them, so I could send it on a mission. I could fly it out of sight and just keep pushing it until it lost connection. And then when it loses connection, it automatically comes back and lands where it took off from. So I was demonstrating that to people. And after it got out of sight, I just turned the radio off and set it on the ground. And they were like, well, what are you doing? I said, it'll come back. Don't worry. They're like, well, you just turn the radio off. I said, yeah, I know. When it detects the radio loss, it lost its signal, it's going to just come home. And What does our government have? I don't know what you mean. Are you talking like military? Are you talking about surveillance? Weapon? Because we have all kinds of drones. Yeah, we've got the Predator. We've got these are fixed wing drones. That's what they call them. The FAA decided that they were going to designate all this stuff drones, and it's a radio control airplane. Now it does have those capabilities. It has a loiter mode. It has a hover mode. When I say hover, I mean it's going to fly around in a tight circle to stay in this area. Um, it can come home and land itself, but there's usually a pilot flying it, first person view, FPV. So, I honestly don't know how fast. They're not real fast, I don't think. Probably maybe 100 mile an hour. Um, they're not designed. They're designed to be unseen, to be not picked up on radar, for surveillance, and then they weaponize them. So now that particular one, if it sees a target, it wants to, it can fire a missile, because these things are big. I mean, they're huge drones. Um, so yeah, we have that capability. If you watch YouTube, yeah, the war that's going on right now, if you watch some YouTube stuff, there's all kinds of footage out there of FPV drones, both fixed wing and rotary wing, being used as weapons. The small ones, the toy size ones, they're strapping a grenade on it and flying. The what is it? The Ukraine guys are flying them into the Russian tanks and flying them right into the hatch. They drop the thing right into the hatch with a grenade on it and blow the whole damn tank up. There's all kinds of footage of that out on YouTube. So they've weaponized the crap out of that. They're really killing Russia with that stuff. Um, and then they have some fixed wing stuff too, to go long distances. And same thing, they're flying it with goggles on, FPV, and then they fly it right into the side of an airplane that's parked on the runway. They try to hit the gas tank area of that plane so the plane will blow up, and it does. And so yeah, there's a lot of that right now. And like I said, I've been doing this for 53 years, so I totally understand exactly what they're doing and how they're doing it. Um, so when I started seeing them using the drones, and of course they sacrifice the drone. It's not coming home after they blow something up. But you want to talk about a cheap weapon that's getting the job done. Amazing. How do I feel about Hitler? He's been dead a long time. I don't know how should I feel about Hitler? He's dead, gone. He was an idiot, but yeah, he's gone. Well, so I have a question. What are you doing up this late? What were you doing that you're awake at 2:30 in the morning? All right, my four wheels are done. Awesome. Yeah, that's always fun. Yeah, annoy the cat with your. Yeah, I have a couple of small low-C cars like that. I bought those two buggies. They had it on sale, buy one get one free. I'm like, okay, well hell, twist my arm for crying out loud. And I think that one's 24th scale, the two of them. And then I bought a smaller one. I think it's 43rd scale. It's and I think it's low C. It's a stadium truck, but it's a little tiny stadium truck. And I bought that. I don't know where that is at the moment. That's a good question. I haven't seen that thing in a while. I don't know I don't know what I did with that thing. It's so small, it's easy to lose it. Um, yeah, I probably have 200 RC cars too. This is a 3D printed. I have a full scale Pontiac G8, and this is a 3D printed one. And I had printed these wheels out of PLA, knowing full well that they wouldn't last in the sun, but they were just to test to see if they were gonna if I liked the wheel on the car, and I did. But they melted in the sun. So I'm printing, and the last one just finished. I'm printing. This is made of PET G. This can handle the sun. This is high temperature stuff, and UV protected, so the sun won't affect these wheels. The car's already printed with PET G, so the car's good. But yeah, the wheels were not permanent, but now they are. Yeah, yeah. I haven't had it very long. I just got it. Couple of months now. Um, it had a few problems I needed to fix, but I really like it. I'm tired. I don't work anymore. I gave it up for Lent. Yeah. What do you do? What do you do for work? Come. Okay. You do it from home? right. Well, now that my 4 wheels are done, I think I'm gonna call it a night. I'm finished now. Got that fixed. Gotta paint them yet, but that's okay. At least they're printed. So, guys, Gino, thanks for coming by, buddy. It's good seeing you. And you, Mr. Zoom, what's your name, Zoom? I'm Kenny. Oop, stay here. Yeah, I think everybody else left. All right. Well, for you 3 guys that are still here, hope you had a good time. I hope we entertained you a little bit, and have a good night. If you want to see us again next Saturday night, 9 o'clock. All right, guys. Have a great night. We'll talk to you later.